Hey, morning, everybody. It is August 6th. It's a regularly scheduled Board of County Commissioners meeting. First thing on the agenda, as per usual, is public comment. If anyone is here for public comment, please come to the podium. Introduce yourself, please state your name and roughly where you live, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, are we going to have public comment during the hearing on that one subject? And so should public comment on that subject be held until we have that hearing?
my comment probably refers to that or relates to that.
If you're referring to we have a revision to the county primary and secondary road system.
My
That is
comment directly relates to that.
There is a public comment section during that hearing.
I realize that, but my comment that I have, if you allow me to give it, is requesting that the board reconsider making any decisions. Their public is not here. They were not properly notified of the intent of this resolution that's proposed before the board.
Before you begin, obviously I will welcome public comment now. Public comment later as well, if you wish. I can't tell you what time that would be. It'd be later in the day.
I realize that.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
And so my comment is I request that the board respectfully remove this from the agenda. It's item H2. The public was not adequately or properly notified of this proposed resolution that is in your agenda that would basically ratify resolution made by former county commissioners R98-181 that declared historic mining roads as open public roads. Now, I know some of the public have been looking for a notification that the board is going to consider rescinding this, but this was kind of hidden in this listing here. And the listing that was notified or posted in the paper simply said that the board is considering making changes to the county's road maintenance list. And so, but by the last statement in the resolution that's proposed in your packet says, whereas this resolution supersedes all prior county resolutions selecting, adopting, or revising the county's primary and secondary road system. That statement there would nullify resolution R98-181, which for the last 9 years has been on the county's website and it was mysteriously disappeared. It's not there anymore. It's from time. So my request is that I implore the board to allow the public to be informed on what is involved in this resolution and have an opportunity in it to have a clarification of how it will impact the county, how it will impact the residents, how it will impact the public, and take away their rights to use these public roads. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you please, ma'am, state your name and
My
roughly?
name's Robin DeMayo. I lived in the county for 40 years. I worked for the county for the last 9 years. I also worked for the county for 5 years in the early 1980s.
Thank you. And roughly where you live? Well, Clicker County's fine.
Idaho Springs.
Any other public comment?
Good morning. My name is Ralph Bering. I'm a resident here in Clear Creek County. I've got several properties within the county. Regarding the road reclassification section, I'm also unclear as to what all is being requested or what's going to change. So I'd like some time to gain some more information as to how I will be affected as a property owner. And I also ask that the county and the board would table this decision and not make any further decision until all landowners can be, I guess, a little bit more included as to what some of the changes will determine and what that will mean to the property owner and their access to their properties. That's what I had to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Online.
We have people on Zoom.
Mhm.
Let's go to Zoom. I'm not seeing anybody raise their hand in the room.
Okay. So if you have your hand raised, please accept me promoting you to panelist, and then you can give us your comments. Hi, Jen, you can go ahead.
Jen, if you would please begin by stating your name and roughly where you live, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Jen Hugendorn. I've lived in the Beaverbrook Pine Valley neighborhood since 2000. And today I also speak for other neighbors in this community who are unable to join this meeting, such as Mark and Mary Feller, Cynthia Woods, Julie Holmes, and of course, my entire family. In the time that I have lived in this neighborhood, I have witnessed a significant increase in the wildfire damage danger in our community and other WUI areas like ours. I've seen the hardship this creates for homeowners, from constant worry and fear, diligence in maintaining fire-safe properties, and skyrocketing home insurance rates, with some of our neighbors completely denied home insurance at all. I am here today to ask all of you Clear Creek County Commissioners to consider eliminating the option of outdoor fires at short-term rentals in our community. In our own neighborhood, we have witnessed several cases of ignorance and negligence of renters having fires, even during Clear Creek County posted fire bans. This creates an undue stress, worry, and safety hazard for our entire neighborhood, which could be eliminated easily by changing the short-term rental permitting allowances. Instead of short-term rental owners offloading responsibility for fire safety to renters who might not be familiar with the wildfire danger in our area, nor care to even take the extra safety steps to ensure complete wildfire safety, I ask that you consider eliminating this possibility entirely. Any fire, whether it is gas or wood burning, causes an open flame, which will always present a risk. There is just too much to lose in the event of a wildfire. Homes, pets, families with small children, elderly residents who may struggle with evacuation. I do not believe that this risk is worth the small gain for short-term rental owners to be able to advertise their properties as having the ambiance of a fire pit. I'm happy to provide more incident-specific information or answer any questions that you may have about this. This directly impacts all of the neighbors in our community. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you, Ms. Hugendorn. Of course, the board doesn't engage in dialogue during public comment. Appreciate your comment.
Thank you.
Any others?
Yep, we got 3 more.
Okay.
Rachel is joining. Rachel, you can go ahead.
Sorry about that. Good morning, Chairman Marlin and Commissioners Houston and Wheelock. My name is Rachel Pittenger. I've lived in the Colorado wildland urban interface for over 30 years. I'm part of the Beaverbrook and Pine Valley Community and Neighborhood Wildfire Mitigation Leadership Team. I want to speak this morning in regard to the recreational fire that occurred in our neighborhood Sunday evening, just 2 days ago. My concern is with clarity, consistency, and precedent on the fire bans. I have great respect for and gratitude toward our dedicated state, local, and emergency personnel, firefighters, support, and the support team that goes behind them. The Clear Creek County Draft Short-Term Rental Ordinance subsection N reads fires, open burning, recreational fires such as campfires are not permitted. I'm reading the highlight, the yellow highlight, which I believe is the proposed. Stage 2 fire ban for Clear Creek County, not specific to short-term rentals, clearly includes a definition for open fire. Building, maintaining, attending, or using any open fire as defined in ordinance number 16. Any fire outdoors for purpose, including but not limited to bonfires, campfires, charcoal or wood barbecues, lighting off fireworks of any kind, trash, rubbish burning, smoking, lawn, weed, ditch or crop burning, but excludes propane or natural gas barbecue or liquid fuel stove if it is attended at all times and is fully enclosed, covered barbecue grill, or is contained within a liquid fuel stove. A liquid fuel stove or gas barbecue are not fire pits. EFR has posted general requirements for recreational fires that follow the International Fire Code and EFR recommendations. They are not specific to short-term rentals, and they include reference to barbecues and fire pits. And it reads, that under a fire ban, no outdoor live fires will be allowed. This ban will include wood-fueled campfires, charcoal, pellet, or wood barbecues and smokers. Only a fully enclosed gas barbecue or gas-fueled fire pit may be used during a fire ban and must be attended at all times. Holding a more restrictive standard to those not invested in the community, such as short-term renters, and disallowing all types of recreational fires like those contained in the approved subsection N of the STR ordinance is appropriate. A fire pit is a recreational use according to EFR's recommendations and the International Fire Code. Many mountain communities have short-term rental properties that enjoy recreational fires. Clarity and precedent are impactful. Thank you for your time and consideration of these comments.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Joanne. Hi, Joanne, you can go ahead. If you're talking, you are muted. There we go.
Good morning. I'm Joanne Sorensen. I live at 220 Mill Creek Road. I would like to comment or to offer a request that the board delay taking action on the agenda item relating to Resolution 2404, adopting revisions to the road system. I saw the publication of this consideration in the paper, and I'm sorry that I didn't realize it actually includes taking R98-181 off the books. That resolution is very important to a lot of mining claim owners in Clear Creek County. And I don't think that the language in the public notice would allow people to understand the significant change to access to mining claims that is being proposed. I think that further publication, further discussion, further enlightenment of the public is necessary before you take such a drastic action. I realize you cannot take a formal action during public comment. So if you intend to proceed and take public action on R2404, can you give me an estimated time that this is going to show that this will be discussed? And I will try to be there in person. I have some medical issues and I have an appointment today. But I really would like to be included in the discussion on rescinding R98-181.
Thank you. And I can only offer some speculation as to the time we might get to that. I do think it's important, given the number of people that are interested in hearing it, just to state the estimated time.
Approximate, yeah.
I'm guessing it will be between 1.5 and 2 hours from now. Might come a little quicker than that, but I know I've got a fair amount of things on my commissioner update.
So we could probably say 11 o'clock and be safe.
11 o'clock?
Probably will happen.
Earlier.
I'd say between 10:30 and 11:30.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And yeah. Who is next?
We have Maggie. I will promote her to panelist. Okay. And this is our last person raising their hand online right now. Maggie, you can go ahead.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you. I am here to make a public comment regarding your agenda item number 7, actually, open space land acquisition. My husband and I live on Stevens Gulch Road. So since there is no hearing today appropriately for that item, I just wanted to spend a moment and acknowledge and thank the Watrous family and Cindy Neely for their very civic-minded and thoughtful approach to the sale of their mining claims in the Stevens Mining Group. And just to state that we support the purchase of these lands by the Open Space and Trails funds, as well as the deed restriction requested by the family. And that's all.
Thank you, Maggie.
We do have one more person who raised their hand, Ashley. Yes. Oh. Ashley, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Good morning, Commissioner and Chairman. I'd like to, I also live in the Beaver Brook subdivision, like Rachel and Jen, and have a request and a motion to also remove any type of fire pit from gas, wood to propane, especially in a stage 2 fire ban. I actually live right next to the Airbnb where this incident happened, and it's happened on several occasions. And I feel at some point we need to protect our community and remove all of these fire pits from Airbnbs. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
What was her name?
Ashley Simmons was her name.
Pine Valley resident. Anybody else online?
Yep, Carl. Carl, you can go ahead. Carl, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Apologize. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Carl Ramsey. I have a property in the Brook Forest Estates neighborhood. And I spoke with an engineer who let me know that this meeting was taking place. I'm checking in from out of town right now, so I couldn't attend in person, but I understand that there's going to be a recommendation from the engineers about taking the roadway that leads to our property off of the maintenance list. So I'm here specifically for that. And if I can be directed as to when that occurs in the agenda, I would be happy to check back in at that time.
11:30.
Yeah, thank you. We're estimating it'll happen between 10:30 and 11:30. It is a public hearing. You'll have the opportunity to make comment then as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last call for online. If you have any public comment, raise your hand.
Last call in the room as well. Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Thanks to everybody who took their time and trusted us to listen to what they have to say. Next item on the agenda is County Commissioner updates.
We've got 2 or 3 items here, be very brief. The first is I just wanted, after listening to this, want to say with regard to this road, the comments that are made on the roads, I think it's definitely something that we should discuss today. And that doesn't mean I'm predisposed to any conclusion on it, because honestly, that one particular aspect has snuck up on me regarding the referred strike of the previous ordinance, which may be a blanket strike. So I'd like to be able to hear from the attorney and hear more public comment about that subject matter and truly understand its implications. And I think it's good to do that so that we can proceed in an informed manner, no matter what we do. The JCMH reappointment, I was at a Jefferson Center for Mental Health meeting last night. And you may recall that when I was named to replace Commissioner Wood, there was a request that there only be two representatives, one from Gilpin County and then the other one, the appointed one, which would be Chad Holtzman. And we objected to that and said we need somebody in the room from Clear Creek County, at least if you're going to reduce to two. Since the merger failed, they're going back to three. Mr. Holtzman's has expressed some level of uncertainty. He would like to remain and be reappointed for an extension of his term, and a lot of the other communities are extending terms. I think Gilpin has done that. Typically, we don't ratify our new appointment list until January. It might be a case that we want to take up on that one particular appointment before then, because we can always change an appointment list at any time. And they're trying to just establish some certainty as to how many people are on it. And so if we were pleased with Mr. Holtzman's performance, and then we would simply go along with Gilpin, who have already expressed that they would personally reappoint him as the third representative from our region, or our county, our mutual counties. We get one rep from Clear Creek, one rep from Gilpin, usually the commissioners, and then one rep that's mutually appointed by agreement of the two counties. And I think Gilpin's expressed that they'd like to. So just for a future agenda item, and we can also talk to Mr. Holtzman and just confirm whether it's something that they would like to see in advance of January, just to add some stability to the organization. They've been in a little bit of turmoil because of the intended merger that fell apart in the last couple of months. And then
I know this probably doesn't fall into that category, but I know we are trying to establish a habit of interviewing people prior to reappointment, but this isn't quite that, is it?
Well, I don't know that it wouldn't be. I mean, it's still somebody that it's a good opportunity to transmit intelligence two ways between the person that's a representative and for us to learn a little and hear from him. And I don't know why we would deviate from that just because it happens to be a mutual appointment. It's a decision we're making about somebody that's from Gilpin County that we're using to help represent our interests. So talking to them wouldn't be bad. So
I'd be fine with an interview if we don't think that it would be out of line.
I think presented the right way, it wouldn't be at all. And then having seen another correspondence on the fire pit issue, and I think it's worth stating that quite a few short-term rentals, people who are visitors to the mountains using different kind of assets in the mountains, sometimes aren't familiar with the risk and that's involved with using them. And I know, just as a parallel example, in Summit County years ago, they mandated that all fireplaces had to have Class A fireproof chases coming out of any fireplace, even a gas fireplace, which is a Class B fireplace with a B vent, because people were known to come in, pull the gas log out of the fireplace and burn wood because it seemed like a good idea and they wanted more ambiance. So that, regardless of what you write down on the instructions for that condo or that apartment, when you're dealing with short-term rentals, it's a lot more difficult to predict behavior. And so they were trying to foolproof the laws to make sure that people making grave mistakes were putting all the rest of the people in the building at less risk, because they had a lot of fires that were happening in condos for that reason. I kind of consider what's been brought to us today in public comment to be a similar situation to that we need to really think hard about what is and isn't included, and make sure we understand what is included, if it remains included, exactly what's included and how it's treated. So I just want to say that. And that's really all I've got right now today.
I'll go since you've got a big pile. Over the last couple of weeks ago, our neighborhood, Pine Valley's the neighborhood. We had a work day to remove fuel loads along the east end of Pine Valley Road. We did that to help with egress safety in the event of a wildfire. It looks nice. It probably had 20 people in there. And it was the second time we worked on that area, probably the last third of a mile, the east third of a mile of Pine Valley Road. As you guys heard, we also kind of had a dust up this weekend concerning short-term rentals and absentee managers of those rentals. And I think I should share that a scholarship committee was formed with representatives from 2 local nonprofits in the school district to review summer childcare applications. 8 families have been approved and 2 additional applications are pending. We've closed the summer window and we are preparing to open up scholarships for before and after care during the school year. And I think that does it.
That's the program that county lodging tax funds.
That is
helped with.
correct.
Just adding some context, the voters voted to allow lodging tax funds to be used for more than marketing. It's one of the early investments. So, thank you.
Yeah. With emphasis on housing and childcare.
Yep. Okay. The first thing I want to discuss in our last meeting, I've just observed over the last couple meetings that I think I can do a better job organizing meetings as the chair. I have some suggestions that I want to make to the 2 of you. And just so that you guys know kind of what my intent is going to be in trying to organize these hearings moving forward. I think the first thing that I think is wise is if we have kind of a deliberate line between, we've got a presentation, we're asking questions, gaining information, and then now as a board, we're talking and we're discussing what our policy position is going to be. I think that'll be helpful. And I'm not trying to create a rule where once we go into deliberation, no more questions are allowed. Like I'm not trying to draw hard lines here, but I do think that'll help the meetings proceed more effectively. The other thing that I think is important is when we are in dialogue, I'm going to try to first kind of list out the topics that I think we need to get through, and try to encourage us to take one topic at a time. And in order to do that, what I want to ask is that when the presentation is complete, that I be given the first opportunity to speak to try to organize that conversation. So I'm not sure how that is landing on YouTube, but that's kind of the product of my reflections on some of our last few meetings.
Yeah, I would have 1 or 2 comments that relate to both of those items and how they integrate. Because big stuff is just a whole lot of little stuff kind of attached together. And sometimes the context is important. And I think it's a really good idea to organize a conversation to keep our minds straight so that we can talk about this thing and then talk about this thing and then talk about this thing so we're not confused. Except that sometimes they all relate together and this one refers back to that one. And also sometimes we make decisions that are really important that impact the public, they impact everybody. And because they're important decisions, we need to take our best shot at informing and persuading each other what that decision should be. And sometimes that involves laying out the landscape. And that's my style. And sometimes I do that, lay out that picture. It's kind of like the closing argument or something like that. And then once a decision's made, the decision's made and I don't look back. It's over. Win, lose, draw, whatever happens, it's over. But I want that opportunity to make that closing argument and to do that. The second thing I would say is that when we're working with, I think we all have an equal ability and authority to decide what the points are that we're going to talk about and how we talk about them. We get to choose those ourselves. But I do like the idea that we try to make them more orderly so that, Wheelock doesn't ramble too much and you lose the train of thought listening to him trying to connect too many things together. And I need to be very cognizant of the fact that we should proceed that way and maybe say, well, now what I'd like to do is I'm going to explain I'm going to talk about 2 or 3 things together because they all relate to each other and they can't be considered independently because they're all affected by each other.
That's fair. And I'm not trying to I don't have the authority to make hard, fast rules. I'm just trying to suggest a general outline. And I think what I hear you saying is that you agree and there's some times that doesn't work. I'm fine with that.
That's, yeah. That works. That's a short way to say it, as an example of what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think structure can help with both our efficiency and effectiveness, as long as we're not setting it in stone and we can remain flexible as it evolves.
Awesome.
Same.
And I just want to acknowledge, we've all spent a lot of time in meetings. We know how meetings are supposed to work. I'm not trying to sit here and lecture you guys.
No, I didn't take that way.
So, okay. Next thing, I want to make the board aware, there's a lot of funding related to climate change from the federal government, from the Inflation Reduction Act. I think it's $200 million that just made it into DRCOG, for us to be able to, take some first steps as a county in terms of building a climate action plan. It's something that has been, I think important to a lot of people on a lot of boards over the years.
Excuse me.
And we're fiscally responsible, so we haven't decided to spend our own money in a fiscal crisis to pay to put together a climate action plan or understand our climate future better and have that inform like our road and bridge maintenance budgets, right? Like what does erosion look like when we have heavier storms? How heavier are the storms going to be? Like those are the kinds of questions that if we have money, we should be interested in. And I think this might be the opportunity for us to do it with federal dollars, an opportunity to take our federal tax dollars back home to serve us, right? Because we already paid those taxes. Another element of this that I'm really interested in is organic waste diversion. That's a little bit of a personal project of mine,
Yeah,
but also something that, I think is an important climate solution. I think it's also, it has a lot of benefits. If you're worried about landfills being full, et cetera, I just think, so I want board to know that I passed these opportunities along to our grants administrator. And I think that I really would like to see us, and I know this isn't in our stated goals, and it's because we're being fiscally responsible and we've got big challenges here in the county. Also, I like for us to be opportunistic. And so I want the board to know that I'm advocating for us to investigate these opportunities and apply for them if we can do so at a low impact locally. So that's one item. The next, the board made a decision to pave the parking lot on Floyd Hill. I got a phone call from a member of the Open Space Commission who reminded me that when we were discussing the change in the Open Space Commission procedures a couple of years ago, I stated it as a goal that if there's a difference of opinion between an open space recommendation and a staff recommendation, that they would kind of get their time to speak directly to the board. That didn't happen in this context. It wasn't written into our policies. I've reached out to Amy to understand what our policies are, and I think we might want to just go ahead and put something like that in writing, kind of look at what our process looks like. Maybe a suggestion is that the chair of the Open Space Commission can write a letter, because of course these are volunteers and we meet in the middle of the day. So that's just, I want you guys to know that's a conversation that I'm having, and it might make sense for us to ask for a joint meeting, to not just to discuss that, but has it been a year plus since we had a joint meeting with them?
Right.
And so I don't know if the board is interested in trying to get a joint meeting with the Open Space Commission on the calendar, I think that could be helpful.
I think it'd be good. It's good for relationship, good for trust.
Okay.
I concur.
Okay. Next, I want you to know that there's, I serve on the NOCO Fire Shed Executive Committee. NOCO Fire Shed is the Arapahoe Roosevelt National Forest. It's a collaboration between entities that are doing fire mitigation, just trying to coordinate their efforts. We also participate in the Clear Creek Watershed Forest Health Partnership, which instead of looking north into the Arapahoe Roosevelt, looks, I get this right, east into the metro area. Those two collaborations are both developing like geospatial mapping tools to understand and track where projects are going and like look at it at a landscape scale. And they've developed separate geospatial tools. So I'm trying to set up, I'm not trying to, we're calendaring a meeting between those two entities to just discuss how to work a little bit better. In Clear Creek, we always just sit in this spot where different neighbors with different interests, and so we have different collaborations, and it's kind of often on us to make sure that they're talking, the right hand knows what the left hand is doing. So I wanted you to know that I'm up to that. Lastly, not quite lastly, the CCAT retreat is Thursday, the 15th and 16th. I plan to attend it. That's next week. So I want you guys to know I'm gonna drive out there and get a hotel room on Wednesday and Thursday night. And really excited for that retreat. This is where I hope my top project with CCAT this year is to bring the legislature, ask the legislature for counties to have better options to propose taxes to people. This process I've been working on all summer, and I'm excited for this retreat. So I wanted you guys to know about that. Lastly, on this short-term rental fire situation, I do want to confirm that in a recent work session, the board did direct staff to just say that outdoor fires, recreational fires, I'm not sure how we defined it, are not allowed in short-term rentals. And that's a rule that I support. And Mitch, I don't think you were on the board when we had that work session.
That would be true.
And so, obviously we're going to continue to discuss that. That is not a finished conversation. But just wanted to confirm what I think it was Jen that said that. I also, when it comes to interpretation and enforcement of the fire ban, I believe that is the sheriff's office and Evergreen Fire Rescue. Am I correct on that, Peter? When it comes to interpretation and enforcement of the fire ban?
Right, that would be the sheriff's office, CCFA.
Or Evergreen Fire Rescue?
Yes.
Evergreen Fire Rescue.
Correct.
So just want to sort of make sure people are talking to the right elected officials.
But we also need to make sure that whoever they're speaking with actually has current information and understands the intent.
Right.
Yeah.
Because, I had a short-term rental manager write me yesterday and assure me he had written permission to have a fire pit. So
Right.
I'm not going to say he's wrong and he didn't. We need to make sure that whatever the rules are, go all the way down to the people that actually communicate with property owners and citizens.
I think it's important. The enforcement of the law is absolutely falls within those folks, and the laws themselves are as in their creation are advised by those subject matter experts, fire professionals and the emergency management people and first responders, the sheriff particularly, and two fire organizations. But the law, once it's written, is the law, and it's the law that we write and sign on to. And the interpretation of that law shouldn't be subject to somebody else's opinion once it's written. So I think it's important that, 55 miles an hour is 55 miles an hour. You know what I'm saying? That it's good if we know that what we agree on is institutional knowledge at one point in time remains that until it's changed. And so it's good to know, because I have known of, not just on this subject, but other subjects where people are in the field, law enforcement officers are in the field and they're new and there's turnover, and they've interpreted traffic laws and other things that are simply untrue because they thought so. I've known law enforcement officers to, and I'm not knocking law enforcement, it's just hard to keep everybody informed of all the nuances and the details in the law. And I've known of them to advise people to drive illegal vehicles on roads where they can't be driven because they thought it was legal and somebody told them it was. So just making sure that the people are enforcing it correctly is important.
Sure. And the onus is on us to make sure that they're clear and concise.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And not to try to interpret for them ourselves. And once it's done, it's out of our hands and it's between them and maybe the attorneys or somebody, but.
So I don't think we need to offer direction to staff because I think.
Just to be clear, we've reached out already to that owner to let him know that it was in violation of the fire ban. So we've already reached out based on that complaint that we received. So.
Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up question on STRs and fire bans? In one of the documents that controls STRs, it talks about if there's a fire ban, it needs to be posted within the rental property. And I'm curious how we communicate that to people that manage STRs.
I believe that's through, we would communicate that through the material in the zoning code itself.
Yes, but it says if there's a fire ban, the manager should post that inside. I agree, that's what it says. But when we have absentee owners, how do we make them aware there's a fire ban or not?
I don't have an answer to that.
Okay.
No.
You have to have a local agent, and that is one of the main ways we stay in contact with STR owners. But I don't know that we have a insurance policy, so to speak, to make sure that we are informing them as the STR program manager.
I can just hear the next objection is I didn't know.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And I know that's not a reasonable reason not to have an enforcement event take place.
Absolutely.
But when we know we have out of county managers of the property.
Yeah, and that is actually
gonna be-
part of the reason why the draft ordinance that will replace the current policy is prohibiting open fires completely. So that, yes.
Okay.
So well, I mean, right now it says no open fires, and then it lists some specific things, including but not limited to, and it doesn't mention gas specifically, but it does say no open fires. And so a gas fire is an open fire. We will add language to call out gas specifically, but
Okay.
the intent is definitely no open fires. And but that's part of the reason why you all made that determination to just say there's no need to have open fires permitted at a short-term rental, because one of the difficulties is fire bans happen all the time, every year practically, and it is very difficult to make that an enforceable thing and ensure that people are informed who are not community members and who do not have that perspective and incentive. You know, it creates a predictable gap. So
Thanks.
yeah.
Thank you, Amy.
And I've been made aware, maybe the fire ban language could be clarified a little bit. I know it's the sheriff that writes the fire ban language. I just wanna, I assume all three of us, but I can only speak for myself right now, would support fire ban language that is adequately clear.
The sheriff's office, and I believe we may have as well posted clarifications as to any questions there may be relating to both shooting as well as open fires
Was off-roading.
and off-roading. That is correct. To make a distinction so people understood what applied within U.S. Forest Service land and so forth. And I'm not sure if the U.S. Forest Service has since adopted a stage 2 fire ban. I know that our surrounding counties all have.
We're getting a little far afield, Mr. Chair. If you'd indulge me for a second, there was one thing I wanted to bring up too that popped up, which was what our stage 2 fire ban does and already has prohibited, which is off-roading, shooting, and fires during a stage 2 ban, as well as a couple other activities that are more minor. And I think it would be really helpful if our signage that's going out were updated to reflect those things specifically, rather than just say a red sign that says fire ban in effect, call this number. Because most people would look at that and say, I can't build a fire. They would not know unless it says no shooting and no off-roading. Of course, when you get into off-roading, you get into you get into what constitutes off-roading and what is a road. If you're on the road, you're not off-roading. And so understanding what that means, because obviously we have a lot of things that may be classified as roads that are, overgrown in the woods and used for recreation only. And it's only during a stage 2 fire ban that they're restricted. You're restricted from that use for obvious reasons, which is, lighting stuff on fire with a hot vehicle.
Okay.
That's it. That's all.
And that's all for me. So we'll go ahead and close county commissioner updates. Let's go to county manager updates.
I have a list of reminders for you all. We have a Wednesday, tomorrow night, 6 PM at King Murphy. We have a budget, our final budget, meeting with the public, to give them an opportunity to provide us some thoughts. We do have the joint meeting with the Board of Education on Thursday, as well in the afternoon, just a reminder there. Mayors and Commissioners agenda, Mayors and Commissioners meeting is next Tuesday, 8 AM, at Marion's. I just sent an email out to all the members seeking any adds to our agenda. So I'd love to hear from the three of you if there's anything you'd like to see on that agenda. Also, actually, in this room at 10 AM after that, Mayors and Commissioners meeting, the Colorado Broadband Office is going to be here talking about potential grant opportunities, and the region's been invited, including, we believe some Gilpin commissioners will be here. So just a heads up there that's going on. And it looks like I failed to write down the time, but there is a Carlson ribbon cutting coming up on Monday afternoon, I believe. So that's next Monday afternoon, just
30 to 5.
yeah, just a heads up there. And then we did add a break in your agenda today. We just tried to kind of guess where that might be. So that's up to you if you want to move that around, but so that's there. And then finally, unfortunately, fortunate for her, but our grants coordinator is leaving us for a job down the hill, promotion down the hill. So I decided to mention that, given the comments on the grants you're hoping we're going to be applying for. We're gonna be recruiting for that immediately. But just a heads up that we are seeking a new grants coordinator. So, and then with that, I'll turn it back to you.
Will you say one more time the date and time of that broadband meeting?
10 AM in this room on the 13th. So right as our meeting with mayors and commissioners is ending.
And we'll be at Marion's in Idaho Springs.
Correct.
I am tempted to shorten that meeting. We can be here if we choose to. Should we post that? Is there more than one commissioner interested in attending that?
I will be out of town.
It's a date again.
13th.
The 13th at 10 o'clock.
If I can't be there, you could always start the meeting earlier.
Earlier than 8 AM.
Yeah.
We'll post it just in case.
Okay.
Looks like I can. Yeah, I'm gonna try.
They're gonna post it and they're commissioners meeting 15 minutes earlier. Be 15 minutes late, but figure that out. Communications update, Megan Heiler.
Hi there. Brian stole one of mine, which was the budget meeting tomorrow and King Murphy Elementary and Evergreen. Snacks will be provided if you're interested. It's at 6 PM. It's the last one. If you missed the last one in Georgetown, you can watch that on YouTube. It's on our YouTube page. Lots of good questions. So we encourage you all to come out or check that one out and ask those questions, and we'll do our best to answer them. Also, I do want to highlight, please sign up for lookout alerts. I know a few weeks ago it was pretty scary that there was even some evacuations on that fire near Empire. So please sign up for lookout alerts and you'll get all of that information sent right to your phone. Easy way to do that is you can go to our website. It's on all of our social medias, or you can just Google lookout alerts and you can sign up right there. Also, I encourage you to sign up for Notify Me. This is text alerts through Clear Creek County. So anytime that maybe we have a special meeting coming up or just something like the transfer station hours are going to change or something like that, you can sign up for that. That's right on our website, clearcreekcounty.us. Scroll to the bottom, click on Notify Me, and you will get those emails and text messages. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Item is an action session. We're now sitting as the local liquor licensing authority to consider approval of lodging and entertainment liquor license application for Colorado Adventure Center CO Acquisition LLC, doing business as the Colorado Adventure Center.
Thank you.
I'm gonna hand this to Peter.
I appreciate it. Megan, there should be an Adam Clark in the attendee list. If you could cross him over, and I believe there's also a person, Erin, may also be on this item. So I would just ask that anybody who's here for that raise their hand and be crossed over. So as the chair indicated, this is CAC Colorado Acquisition, doing business as Colorado Adventure Center. They are seeking a lodging and entertainment liquor license to serve alcohol on property they own at 2697 Stanley Road in Idaho Springs. You should know that Nanette Reimer, our office's executive assistant and trustee senior paralegal, gave me specific guidelines and explanation as to how I'm to do this, since she normally does it. But I will refer you to the packet that she submitted. I want to state that the application is complete and that the notice of hearing was posted on the property and noticed in the local paper as required by statute. There are several criteria that the board needs to adopt in an actual motion, specifically defining the neighborhood that will be served by the establishment. This is the county. Establish that the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood justify this type of license. The nearest liquor outlet is almost 4 miles away. Find that the needs and desires of the adult inhabitants of the neighborhood support the granting of this license. The petitions that we receive support this requirement, and adopt the preliminary findings of the county attorney's office provided by the applicant to the applicant by the letter dated July 18th, 2024. It is included in your packet at pages 11 to 12, and that's fairly self-explanatory. There were no additional findings or recommendations. We recommend approval of this license, but I would offer an opportunity for the applicant to speak as well.
They both have the ability to speak, so we just have to unmute.
And board, if I may, I have the applicant in attendance today.
If you could just come up here. Sorry, I didn't realize you guys were here.
Two up there, so.
If you could just identify yourselves for the record as well.
With these two guys and the other commissioners.
Just so you're aware, you can give a brief overview. If the board has any questions, we'll ask it, but it's typically.
Any additional comments?
Oh,
and you are?
My name is Samuel Harden. I'm the attorney on behalf of the applicant here. I'm with Mesner Reeves.
And I'm Ethan Castro, owner of Colorado Adventure Center.
I'd first like to call Erin McCullough, who will discuss some of our petitioning results quickly. Good morning, Ms. McCullough.
Good morning. Thank you.
Absolutely. Can you please tell the board a little bit about yourself as well as who you're here on behalf of today and your petitioning efforts?
Yeah. So my name is Erin McCullough, and I'm the owner of Oedipus Petitioning. Oedipus Petitioning is a survey company conducting needs and desires surveys for the state of Colorado and was engaged to perform a petition survey of the designated area to determine the needs and desires for the application of CAC CO Acquisition LLC, doing business as Colorado Adventure Center. Payment for our services was received upfront, and Colorado Adventure Center was informed that we cannot guarantee results. The designated area consisted of businesses and residents in Clear Creek County. Of the accessible business and residential dwellings, a wide-ranging sample of the designated area was surveyed for this petition over 2 days of surveying on May 1st and 2nd, 2024. Business owners, managers, and residents were informed that Colorado Adventure Center was applying for a lodging and entertainment liquor license. They were asked if they were over the age of 21 and if they would be willing to provide their opinion on the license's issuance as fully detailed on the petition forms. Out of the 162 potential contacts that were surveyed, 69 were not available or not at home. Of the remaining businesses and residents surveyed, we were able to make contact with 93 people. Of that number, 8 preferred not to participate, 1 was neutral to the outcome, and 9 were not qualified to sign. And of the remaining participants, 74 signatures were in favor of issuance of the license. 1 signature was deleted. So overall, the general feedback received was extremely positive as residents and businesses are excited for this new opportunity.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions for Ms. McCullough.
Any further comment?
I'd like to quickly just run through a brief summary to give you all just a bit better idea of what's at play here, the plan for the lodging and entertainment license. I'll seek to keep it brief since we did get a simple summary from the county attorney. I appreciate that. Mr. Castro, what is your position with Colorado Adventure Center?
I'm the owner and manager of Colorado Adventure Center.
And how long have you all been operating?
Colorado Adventure Center has been in Clear Creek for 35-ish years. Overall, we've been operating it for 3 years.
Okay, and what are your hours of operation right now?
During the summer, when we're open for rafting, it's usually about 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. But we're really only open for a few months in the middle of the summer, a little bit on the ends for aerial activities as well.
And can you explain, because a little different liquor license than we may typically be used to, can you explain a little bit about your business and how you think that this liquor license could impact and benefit your business and the community here?
I think the primary purpose is having an after activity way for people to connect and relax after going rafting, going ziplining, doing ropes course. Our plan is really only to be open in the afternoon. So like 3 to 8 p.m. So not very long and not before activities begin to help make sure that it's more of it has to be post activity.
And let's talk about that post activity exercise. How are you planning on ensuring that it is strictly after these entertainment options and that there isn't a risk of individuals trying to drink before the entertainment?
We'll provide something along the lines of a stamp or something that identifies them as having identified, giving us their identification, as having a drink. And then at that point, then they'll be disqualified for any further activities with us.
And will you have a enclosed premises where the liquor will be served?
Yes, yeah. Well, we have a structure in plans that's be built in September, and there'll be a gate with 2 openings on either side, but it will be a gated enclosed area.
And will you
A quick question. And you don't intend to serve alcohol until you have that enclosure built, correct?
Correct. Until we have the whole thing built, correct.
in that enclosure, that's where the bar will be located?
Yes.
And so when people check in or go into the area, this licensed premises, is the bar the main area where they will be ordering? Is that how?
Yes.
Okay. And how many employees do you expect to be responsible for this area?
Probably 2 to 3.
Okay.
We'll keep it minimal. Yeah.
And will these employees be informed of different policies and procedures for safe alcohol service?
Yeah, so obviously all Colorado County and local laws and regulations will be following, but also we'll be making sure that everybody serves safe or tips qualification as well.
And do you have any, or plan to have any, I should say, internal policies as well regarding how many drinks someone can get, anything along those lines?
Yeah, our policies are planning capping drinks at 2 per person. This is not meant to be a place where people are going to hang out for long periods of time at night or anything like that. It's a after activity. And we're also making sure that anybody who works for us must be off duty and done for the day if they're going to be there as well.
Will you have any food available during these activities or during this in the licensed space?
Yeah, we will have snacks of all various types that are prepared. That will be available for purchase, but we're also planning on including some kind of free snack as part of each drink as well, just as a nod to my wife's culture.
And we heard from the petitioning results, got strong petition results. Can you touch on what you've been hearing in the community? Again, kind of why you think this would benefit the community and provide a space that would support the locals as well as encourage tourist activity?
Yeah, I mean, the feedback has been very positive. Frankly, I got the idea from so many people coming and say, hey, you should have something here that provides a nice space for everybody to connect afterwards. So it was really initiated by the community and by our guests.
And if this was granted, you believe that it would support your business as well as some of the local community as well?
Absolutely. I mean, it brings more guests to the local community, brings more tax dollars as well. The rafting community overall brings 30+ million to the Clear Creek County corridor each year. So this would just kind of add to that.
I know you're not suggesting that there's $30 million worth of tax revenue.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, no.
That's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Castro. I'd ask that if the board or the county attorney has any follow-up questions, but I've no further presentation.
Thank you.
So were you referring to $30 million worth of, sorry, I'm jumping here. $30 million worth of gross revenue for the industry in the area?
For all affiliated, for spending dollars for rafting.
The gross,
Yes,
rafting
the
gross
gross
is
for
30
everybody.
million for the industry in the area.
And
Just to clarify.
hotels, restaurants, everybody else, yeah.
The question good?
You have any questions, or I had one other? Yeah, but you mentioned that you asked how liquor is gonna drinks, how alcohol is gonna be served and what the intent is in terms of how drink, and you said the intent is a 2-drink limit. Is there actually anything in the but it's almost, it feels like that's not quite germane because things can change, and I presume that there's not an actual law or stipulation. There's nothing in the liquor license that would mandate that. So that's, you're telling us what your intent is of how to run it. Okay, I just
Yeah,
want to
we
be clear
won't be
about that.
serving, for instance, hard alcohol, just beer and wine.
Yeah.
So the intent is just
Yeah,
minimal consumption.
so we wouldn't be approving a permit with that limit in it. It would just be for, okay.
That's your understanding as well?
Yes. And I have no questions of the applicant. So do you have any additional?
No.
Is this a public hearing?
This is a public hearing.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and call for public comment now. I should have done that before I started asking questions. Does anybody, member of the public, have comment to make? Please come up, state your name, where you live, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you for grabbing the podium, Megan. It's an important accessory.
Hi, my name's Robin DeMayo. I live in Idaho Springs. I've been in the county for over 40 years and didn't even realize rafting was legal 30 years ago on Clear Creek. I believe it was not. And was wondering in what capacity Clear Creek Adventures was operating at that time.
Mr. Chair, if I could just state, public comment is
To the board.
to the board,
Oh.
and we cannot engage in answers on public comment.
Oh, well then, there you go. I've just had questions because I did not know of, was not aware of what they were saying.
Thank you.
I realize we can't engage in dialogue, but I think,
You can ask a question of them.
yeah, is it true that rafting was not legal 30 years ago?
Not that I'm aware of. I wasn't rafting then, but according to the previous ownership, they started in like the early 90s. It's legal.
Okay. But my own recollection is that it was not illegal. It's just nobody did it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I remember, because I remember people being on the river and I don't remember being illegal, and I remember being on rescue, but myself, but yeah. That's all.
So, Mr. Chair, if there aren't any more questions, what we would ask, the county attorney's office would ask, is that a motion be made to adopt the preliminary findings of the county attorney's office provided to the applicant by a letter in July 18th, 2024, included in your packet on pages 11 and 12. And that the board, through its motion, make the following findings: that it has defined the neighborhood that will be served by the establishment, that it has established the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood, that the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood justify this type of license, that the board finds that the needs and desires of the adult inhabitants of the neighborhood support the granting of the license, and again, that it adopt those findings.
Thank you. I don't have any additional questions, and I'm ready to support this application if.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay. I would welcome a motion. That
I have it typed in if you wanna.
that motion could refer to the findings that the county attorney stated.
That is correct,
Yeah, so moved.
as reflected on pages 11 and 12 of the packet.
Yeah, I'd like to move that we approve the application for CAC Colorado Acquisition LLC for the Colorado Adventure Center services with the stipulations that the county attorney.
Second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Next is the Board of County Commissioners consent agenda. First question, does anybody wish to pull anything for discussion?
I might have a comment on one after we make motions. So.
Yeah. Otherwise, then brief comments during discussion of the motion. I'm going to go ahead and read the consent agenda. Item number A, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item number B, consideration of approval of the 2021 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes for the following dates: January 5th, 12th, 19th, 20th, 26th, February 2nd, 8th, 9th, 11th, 16th, 17th, 23rd, March 3rd, 10th, 17th, May 25th, June 1st, 3rd, 4th, 22nd. Item C, consideration of approval of the July 9th, 2024 Mayors and Commissioners meeting minutes. Consideration of approval of July 2nd, 16th, 24th of 2024 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes. Item E, consideration of approval of the Clear Creek County Gaming Grant application. F, consideration of approval of acceptance of the donation of the Washoe claim, USMS number 14761. G, consideration of approval of resolution 24-56, a resolution ratifying the Clear Creek County temporary stage 2 fire ban imposed July 31st, 2024. Item H, continued consideration of approval of resolution 24-53, resolution delegating authority to the Director of Clear Creek Emergency Medical Services to grant authorization to operate ambulance services in Clear Creek County.
Mr. Chair, that is not the correct resolution. It may not have hit what you're looking at, revision number 2. What it should say for H is consideration of approval of resolution governing authorization to operate ambulance services within Clear Creek County and delegating authority to the Director of Clear Creek EMS to deny authorization.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And that is the title, correction of the title for item number H. I'm not going to repeat all of that.
I just want you aware.
That is the consent agenda. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Oh, no, discussion?
No, actually, I'm gonna.
A couple of comments from me. Thank you to staff for figuring out the EMS authorization to operate ambulance services. I do support having the authority to deny, and if there's a desire to approve, that they bring that recommendation to this board. Want to point out the Clear Creek County Gaming Grant application and thank all of the applicants. I think it's around $300,000 that we're getting as reimbursement for gaming impacts. A lot more gaming impacts we're not able to document, but love to see that we're getting something. I just want to note that little pieces of my life flash before my eyes when I read many dates of meeting minutes. Really glad to see us catching up.
It was a lot. I know.
For the last, yeah, it's been a big project. I just want to thank you, Beth, for
Yeah.
on that and getting it done. That is all for me. Any other comment?
I think the gaming impact opportunities kind of it feels like a closely held secret. And I think there might be other organizations within the community in future years that could benefit from it. So I'm just going to share that.
I wholeheartedly agree. Anything else? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Consent agenda passes. Next is the Board of County Commissioners action session to consider approval of the semi-annual treasurer's report. Is Carol Lee in the room?
She is not. I just texted her, but I can go walk over there.
I know she's training somebody, so.
Do we need her?
The package should provide adequate information. The board has no questions about it, then I don't think we need to have her here. I defer to the board. If there are some questions, I'm more than happy. Perhaps we could table it for, if that's the case.
I clicked through and felt I understood it.
Randy, do you have any questions for the treasurer?
No.
Okay. Me neither. I will just comment while we're on this that maybe the only good thing about our high interest rates is the fact that we've got a big reserve and the revenues from that are real. Definitely not helping people access homes. You know, I'm not going to comment on what I think that should do. Any further?
Never mind.
All right. Do we need a motion?
I would welcome a motion at this point.
I move that we approve the treasurer's semi-annual report.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. We are on to item number 2, consideration of resolution number 24-5 through 52. A resolution establishing an expanded county position on planning and management for off-highway vehicles in unincorporated Clear Creek County. We have Amy here. This is our second read of this resolution. Please proceed.
Morning, Commissioners.
Is it our second it's our second time discussing it, reading of something that did we vote on
It's
this?
not an ordinance.
Okay.
It's, sorry, I shouldn't use that language. It's not an ordinance. This is just the second opportunity we've had to take action.
Right.
Thank you.
The terminology is all that threw me off.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, what are we?
As
not
Commissioner
changing the
Carlin
laws.
mentioned, we reviewed a draft of this resolution on July 16th, I believe it was. Resolution, the point of this resolution is to develop a management framework for staff, basically, to move forward with one of the priorities identified in the Recreation and the Outdoors Management Plan. That priority was to develop a management plan for OHVs in the county. As you all well know, OHVs are not permitted on county roads. We have a lot of use of OHVs on our county roads. And in an effort to develop some programs and plans and efforts to better manage and mitigate and enforce our rules related to that. There are stakeholders involved, the service, towns with rules that conflict with that. We are working towards developing a management plan and and when I presented the ROMP project to you all as a review, identified OHV management as priority among the 6 management priorities identified in the ROMP. And so one of the things that came out of that was the idea of developing this resolution, which puts on paper and formalizes to some extent our goals as a county for what are the management priorities we want to identify as a key stakeholder in OHV use and enforcement in our county. On July 16th, I presented an initial draft of that resolution and got feedback from you all on what was missing and what could be added to strengthen that resolution and make it better reflect your goals as the county commissioners. Today, what you have before you is that updated resolution with those additions so what I'm interested in today is, does that resolution meet the goal? Does it reflect what you are looking for in this resolution? And are you willing to approve it today?
I'll start and just say, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm curious, any questions about the resolution?
No, I've offered a significant, not significant, but some updates just for clarification in it. And I noticed that they were all incorporated and I'm very satisfied with it myself.
Okay. Excellent.
I'm good with the staff's changes.
I don't have any questions either. You guys stop me if you want to stop me. This is a serious improvement. Very happy with this.
Great.
Board, there's a whereas that might make sense here, which is to document what we heard that might make sense to insert, which is to document that during the ROMP planning process, we heard from several community members who expressed that current OHV use levels are negatively impacting their quality of life. I was just thinking about what is missing in this, what else could be in there. I believe that's a true statement. I do. We might want to insert that as well.
Where's that?
It's a whereas that I'm suggesting adding. But I can also be persuaded very easily to pass this thing.
I think I kind of like what's there because we've stated in all the other whereases the reasons it's impacting people and that therefore in those cases that it is impacting. And I would take you to the 97th whereas. No, let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
They do currently fit nicely on one page.
7, 8. Yeah, that's kind of where I don't want to know whereas is it without reducing font size, we couldn't. If you look at it's about let me go back to that again. 1, 2, 3. Well, there are several reasons there, but so the first 6 basically state the existing case of what we've got, what's going on. And then the 7th and 8th list the observable net economic benefit of expanding recreational OHV uses negative due to the parking constraints, et cetera. And the next one down, the 8th says, whereas OHV technology and marketing are altering user behavior, more dramatically impacting neighborhoods and wildlife. I think we've covered it.
I can live with that. I think this is well done.
I just want to make 2 or 3 comments here. I want to be clear that people understand and have it on the record again, although we have before, that that OHV use is currently anything that's not a licensed motor vehicle is currently already prohibited on all county roads and lands, that there's no place for doing it. And that is consistent with all the other counties in the NOCO region, which share most of our attributes and concerns. And so we're not really changing any laws with this, but if we're proceeding with an OHV master plan or a project to be done to think about how to manage it going into the future, that we wanted those concerns to be reflected and we have consistently as a board, previous to Mitch joining also, we've consistently expressed as a board this sentiment right here. And we thought it was good to put certainty into the process. And that means also certainty because the number of contacts that I get from citizens that are upset and worried about it so that they understand and they're afraid we're getting ready. When they hear OHV master plan, the first thing they did was wonder why we were going out trying to do this thing to develop it. And so we wanted to add some clarity to what it is we're doing for them and also some certainty to people that are in the industry and all of that. So they understand what the opportunities and lack thereof could be in the county going into the future. So anyway, so that was the reasoning for doing this was to attach certainty and to put down in writing what we've been saying over and over and over for actually the last 7.5 years that I know of.
Very good. I think I appreciate that. One other thing I would love your input on today is the next steps that I have laid out in this memo regarding the proposed goals for a project that would follow from this. I think, because there are so many stakeholders and so many influences on the illegal use that takes place in our county, that the way we approach enforcement, the way we approach bring this forward and building the alignment and the work that we need to get to the place where OHVs are as you envision them to be, as you hope they will be, the level of presence or lack thereof that you're seeking, I think is a journey, like not to be cheesy, but we need to figure out how to get us there. So initially what I think might make sense would be to envision a project that we might need to seek a grant to support, to look for, to try to figure out how to work through. And what I have in this memo is that we would start by trying to quantify the current context of OHVs and figure out where are people using them and what is the nature of this problem? Where are the enforcement focus areas? What is the purpose? What is the illegal use that's taking place? I think I spoke about this last time. If the bulk of the illegal use is about accessing Forest Service land, that's one management problem. If the illegal use is mostly all taking place on county roads and county lands, that's a different management problem. And being able to understand that is going to be part of tackling the problem and designing our enforcement mechanisms and figuring out who we need to talk, who do we need to talk to about this problem? How do we solve it, right? Some part of it is studying it. And so having armed with that data, then we can work with our partners in the county and start figuring out what levers we need to ask them to pull and change and understanding how to move the needle on this.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the basics of what I envision moving forward, but I will need your support on that and your agreement as to how we move forward.
Comments from either of you?
Yeah, I think that's a good thing to do. There's a lot of stuff we've been able to see. And we've also now seen, because we've had enough times where we've had conversations about this in this room, and there has been signage that we've asked for that's gone up in certain places, that we've actually seen a reduction and an improvement on the condition in a couple of places.
Absolutely.
I know that we've had, and it wasn't just related to OHVs. I know we had the Forest Service revoking permits to at least one outfitter and maybe more in the St. Mary's area as an example. I know we did signage up in the North Empire area, and it actually did create an improvement. Of course, it creates more work because people occasionally shoot holes in the signs and run over them, spray paint them or steal them. So it requires occasional maintenance. But the conversation itself and the actions that have been taken have made a difference in a couple of those places at some level. So what the baseline we get when we acquire data is going to be a little different than we would have gotten 4 or 5 years ago. And that's a good thing. What it means to me, anyway, it means that taking these actions has helped improve the conditions of, there's still a lot going on in terms of traffic on roads, and there's another piece that's not just OHV travel, which is legal in the national forest in certain areas where they've deemed it legal, stay the trail, of course. Another impact of it is that as people legally trailer, there are places to where they can unload and ride. Traffic controls of that traffic itself and the wear and tear on the road of those heavier rigs is something to think about how to try to manage that behavior in a way that it has the least impact on the residents and maintains the greatest level of safety. And that's an ongoing conversation between not only the residents and the county, but the residents and the municipalities in terms of how they deal with this problem too.
Yeah. Yep.
But I don't want to say any more because I don't want to micromanage and get into the weeds on it. It's just that those are a couple of things, observations I have about getting that data. And otherwise, the line vision is an important one. There's going to be challenges with the Forest Service because a lot of the places where people can legally get off and ride are beyond where you can haul a trailer to.
Yeah.
And so it's a matter of, and this is getting in the weeds a little bit, but in those places, it may come down to the way they're transporting their OHVs to the disembarkation point, which may have to be different, like you can put one in a good sized pickup as an example, those kind of things as opposed to hauling. But anyway.
Okay.
I think I made an assumption as you were describing the work. Is moving forward and taking the next steps going to require a specific budget allocation or a grant?
Well, that is what I have sort of evolved into thinking about. I mean, I think looking at the need for data and the study and a broader understanding of the context of OHV use in our community, I think warrants a grant or some investment that it exceeds my capacity to manage as a project.
I think that's
individually.
Yeah, that's an important question.
Yeah.
I think one of our 6 goals we had this year, because this has been festering for several years, was that we accomplish something this year on that. And the idea was we would accomplish that OHV master plan. I think being responsible and looking at the breadth of people that you need to talk to, and you're going to want data first, to expect that to be completed this year is probably unrealistic. But I think the fact that we have had enough conversation to establish that we're moving forward to begin it and to have created this resolution and this general policy is probably, it's good progress. And it doesn't mean declare victory and go home and stop. It means go ahead with those things, but to expect them to be done by the end of the year is.
Probably not. I think I agree with that. Seems like we've got sort of a cost and how to afford it to discuss, and then like what would this process encompass?
And we have staff capacity.
And do we have staff?
Who's on the
capacity?
list? Yeah.
I think we're hearing from staff that staff doesn't have capacity to do this on their own.
I think that it would, given the depth and breadth and weight of this topic, I think this might be something that we would benefit from buying a little credibility by hiring a consultant and expanding the scope a little bit with that weight behind it, rather than just having me / the county trying to lead this charge kind of on our own. So it certainly, there's some element of it that's capacity. There's a little bit of parts that are a little bit of technical issues in terms of physically and technically being able to conduct the data gathering and actual work that would be needed to establish the contextual material and kind of make the case for what's actually happening in a way that could be put forth with a little bit of neutrality, that didn't seem like it was an agenda on our part or, I feel like that's relevant and that's worth considering for this to try to do what we're trying to do here, which is to really move the needle on how OHVs are present in our community and how they are used and how they're impacting people and neighborhoods and our economy, all of those things. That's not a small endeavor. That is fairly integrated into multiple elements of our lives and our community. So as this project, as this topic has kind of settled into my brain wrinkles, it has become clear that I think it is something that would benefit from a larger investment, a larger scale of project that would probably benefit from community engagement. There's multiple entities that each have their own constituent groups to engage and work with. So I mean, there's some complexity and some weight to this project. And so I think also that there's some funders that CPW would likely have interest in supporting this project. And I'm not sure which program of theirs, but I think that that they might have some interest in this.
I think one thing that really pops into my head as you were talking is that there's other data developing in our CNHP data, our unauthorized trail data, our mobility data happening at NOCO.
Yeah.
And we know that the other 4 counties have de facto policy, I don't know that any of them have written something like this, that is in the exact same place. And as an example, years ago, when I called up, Ty, who's no longer at Jefferson County as a commissioner, and I asked about where they were developing stuff, he said, they'll hang me from the Taj Mahal if we were to get involved in trying to develop more opportunities here. And we've kind of heard similar things from all the other counties. And it could be that I think this agenda is something that I want to take back to NOCO, and I let them know it was coming, that we were presenting. And as I asked them all, they were all interested. And it could be that there might be a collaborative effort to talk about doing this on a little more regional scale.
Yep.
And so funding a study and gathering data might become a little more higher horsepower thing by bringing in 3 really large counties and then our neighboring county who has the same problems and same interest, Let's say, what can we do to develop management plans for all of our counties that's actually written down, as opposed to simply your open space and your different departments are not allowing it. And it's not even coming up to the county commissioner. It very seldom even gets to the county commissioner level to create a unified vision. And so they may be interested in creating that unified vision and doing this work for the same purpose. And I don't know that that's a fact, but certainly that's a potential source for us to get the work done over a period of time.
Yeah, okay, so we've got the question of whether we want to pursue regional coordination. We've got sort of what would this process encompass to discuss. Let's just talk about regional coordination for a minute. I think that makes sense from measuring volume, documenting impacts, documenting public sentiment around those areas. Some of that is very local and some of that is regional. Right. Hearing recommendations about management and enforcement strategies. Consequences of choosing to take a regional approach, of course, are time. And every day we don't develop a strategy is a day that the problem continues to accelerate. So I kind of have that in mind, but I'm willing to support some conversations and see if there really are 4 counties in the Arapahoe Roosevelt that are saying, like we are, this is going to be a short-term priority. If we can validate that, then I would support pursuing regional collaboration. So that feels like a next step to me. Mitch, what do you think about it?
So I see a potential advantage of a regional approach is that it could reduce displacement. If one of those entities creates rules, it could either attract or deflect use. So I think it's in the best interest of those different jurisdictions to work together, or else they're all gonna end, everybody's gonna end up at the place that does something last.
Yeah, and that's,
Whack-a-mole.
that's, and
And-
go ahead.
The other thing I would observe after the last election, the Board of County Commissioners established this as a priority. Well, this seating of the board's got 4 months to make sure momentum continues, if that's still a priority. So.
I think, just so you know, kind of a full disclosure thing is where my head has gone is I've been sitting at NOCO as chair for about 5 years now. And this and other activities have been looked at the same way. Look at all this pressure that's coming on us. I think there are certain, to have a regional approach begins to recognize one of the dynamics that we talk about in here in 2 or 3 spots in the resolution, which is our proximity to this Denver area that's 3.5 growing to 7 million now by 2050. A lot of the talk. And so what sounds good for Moab doesn't sound the same. It doesn't have the same implications that it does for some place that's sitting 20 minutes away. And that's true for the entire region. And so maybe this region, and I've suggested this at NOCO for the last few years, it's time that this region thinks differently about this subject instead of considering ourselves to be just like everybody else.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a place for it and there isn't, and there's a place not for it. And so the advantage of the regional approach is twofold. Number one, that we can embed that concept more broadly in the region that actually encompasses that city. And also that we can have consistency throughout, so we don't end up with squeezing the toothpaste tube and have it pop out a hole over there and have everybody go to this place versus that place, which is kind of how we got where we are. These other places were all doing that, and we were not 8 years ago. And that's why we suddenly we were exploded upon for a period of time. And actually drew a lot of attention from CoveCo and others to looking for a place because they thought they had to have someplace over here. They had to have someplace close to Denver where they could do it. And the argument I made is if it's not good for anybody else, why is it good for us? And maybe it's not the right place. It's not the right thing to promote expansion for this region, to try to hang your hat on for economic development or anything else. So I think there's advantages to trying to do it. So as a next step to take that to the NOCO executive committee would be, I think, a good thing.
Yeah, and just adding to that, our ability to influence the Arapahoe Roosevelt Forest is definitely enhanced when the other counties in the forest are making this a priority as well. So I support sort of feeling out whether regional collaboration, whether there's a similar priority to tackle this soon with other counties. I think in particular, the one county that coordination with has real advantages, and not like there's more advantageous, let me say it like that, is Gilpin County. We know that one of the hotspots has 2 access areas, right? And I'm talking about York Gulch, where what I'm told by residents of York Gulch is that there's an OHV parade on near every weekend basis. Some of them are coming up through Gilpin County and some of them are coming up through Clear Creek County. So maybe a priority on Gilpin, and maybe like as a next step, if if you're gonna feel that out, if you can just report back to the board about where those counties are at with their priorities. I think that makes a lot of sense. As far as funding a process, I do want to point out to the board, may have some ARPA funding still available that we need to commit by the end of the year. Maybe as a next step, we can ask staff to verify whether there's additional uncommitted ARPA funding. That might be a way to get the ball rolling.
Get a match.
Get a match put together, or if we find that a grant cycle, the timing isn't right. So I think that's a next step. I think a next step of exploring grant opportunities is important.
Okay.
Other thoughts around coordination, funding steps to get this process off the ground, and then we can move to talking about maybe what we think this process should encompass.
A regional approach may be more interesting to prospective funders than a county operating by themselves.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. I do want to point out I believe this would be a legal use of lodging tax dollars if we're talking about enhancing the visitor experience, which is one of the legal uses. Certainly talk about a lot of visitors that whose experiences could be enhanced by a more well-managed backcountry. So let's talk about what the process should encompass. What I heard you say is sort of identify management and enforcement strategies, identify problem areas, measure the volume, document the impacts, document public sentiment around those areas, and discuss sort of complicating local conditions in those problem areas. They all have different sort of complicating factors, right? That feels like a reasonable scope to me, but what am I missing?
I think it may be if we're looking at not expanding. I mean, two major things that pop out to me. The first is almost anything you do to manage that creates amenities, which is why we've talked the way we have about legalizing on roads, building lots and things like that become attractions. Go through and filter and decide what do and do not work and what we can and can't afford. And a lot of that comes down to signage enforcement, education, and communication out to those four things. The last one being communication out to the user group so that they understand limitations here. Enforcement is to the extent that law enforcement here can enforce. Signage and education are important in general. And they may be very much, in a lot of ways, the same thing. You know, it's illegal on this road, that kind of a thing. I think signage enforcement in our case, in most places I think of, I thought my way around the county the other night about where people are accessing for these purposes. And I came up with about, you know, for example, for the stage 2 fire ban. And in my head, I was laying in bed and I thought my way around the county up the different roads. And I came up with about 17 or 18 locations that people access and infiltrate these different areas. And I just thought of 2 or 3 more while I was saying that last sentence. So there's around 20, you know, rounding off, there's around 20 places. So getting effective, and that's the key, effective signage, public information out at those places would be a really key thing, which doesn't mean a sign that looks like a large sign that looks like Dr. Bronner's Peppermint Castile soap, you know, with the entire ordinance laid down and all the reasons. But here's what you know,
Yeah.
in large letters, you can do this in 7 words or less and, you know, and the bullet points. So I've noted that when I look at our signage, sometimes with regard to the problem with, and it's not that it's substandard, it's they're good legal signs and there's laws about what signs can look like on the roads. But a lot of times they're just wallpaper that people drive up the road and see and they blow right past and they don't even know it, or it's not clear enough that it applies to them. It doesn't say beyond this sign, you can't do this. It says that this is not allowed on county roads, you know, and they see it and they don't realize that means you now here, you know, they don't get it. So I think there's a lot of it that's not intentional disregard of law. It's just, you know, the effectiveness of our communication. But those are places that we can probably improve things, you know, the location and the verbiage of some signage and things like that, but.
That was in my head too, as a next step is to maybe for staff to explore any immediate action items within its capacity, such as putting up some signs, maybe starting to put together a list of the problem areas we are aware of, you know, and report back to us on anything that they might recommend is within their current capacity. I'm thinking, I mean, you know, this of course touches road and bridge, probably touches the trails team.
Right.
Open Space Commission might be aware, might a work session with the Open Space Commission might raise some awareness about different problem areas. I know this isn't all county lands, or I think it's mostly not county lands, but nonetheless, that might be helpful.
Yeah.
So how will staff know if we take a step like that, that it's effective?
Are you suggesting there, I mean,
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just curious if as a group, they decide to do something, then 4 months later, how are they going to be able to determine if it was effective and therefore should or could be done someplace else?
I can give an example of that, I think, and I would look at North Empire. Road and Bridge did a really good job of putting some signs up there. It created a new problem, which has diminished over time, which was people knocking signs down. And so I personally was doing some signage replacement for a while so that I didn't have to burden Carl all the time and ask him to come up and take care of them. And cleaning them up, take some lacquer thinner and take the spray paint off of them and stuff like that when they got sprayed. And I don't have to I'm really not having to buy any more lacquer thinner anymore because it's like the behavior abated over time. But another thing that happened, I just thought of up there, was that some owners got the idea that there was private land that the road had expanded out onto, where the people were driving on private land. And one person actually came up and graded off some of the private land that was not theirs to increase the amount of parking. And I had the opportunity to talk to one of the owners one day up there that owns land up that road. And I said, that there are people doing donuts out here on the road and kids running around on these things without helmets. And it's only a matter of time until the lawyers show up. Because this is this person's private property and it's being used as a playground with motorsports. And that was just earlier this year. And within 2 months, there was a backhoe and a bucket showed up and started placing rocks on the private land portion of it, dirt berms, signage, and fence posts. And that area has been effectively closed off to that use. And it kind of stopped the illegal portion of the parking. It concluded the stoppage of the illegal portion of the behavior and parking that was taking place up there. And so coordination with adjacent private property owners as well as public landowners like the US Forest Service could be important. Because that piece, when the owners came up and did something with their property, suddenly changed the whole game up there. And that might be useful in other places too.
Sure. Can I comment? I feel like commenting on a process piece. So we spent, before Mitch got here, we spent an hour in this room having a conversation about the management plan and everything you guys think should go into it. That kind of resulted in this resolution that we brought back to you today. Now I hear us moving towards implementation and action steps before we've even written a plan, which goes back to Mitch's comment about how do we know we're successful, right?
I'm not suggesting we do those things, just so you know.
I'm not
I'm suggesting that's stuff they can think about while they're doing the plan, this brainstorm.
Actually, it's going back to what George had said, not your comment, which was, what are the immediate steps we can take today? As opposed to ensuring we understand what's ultimately going to go into that management plan, right? So there's two pieces of a process there, right? In terms of.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm not suggesting that we would offer direction for staff to go put up signs today. What I'm suggesting is that staff could explore some immediate action items that don't require a regional process. And come back to us that are within its capacity and observance to Mitch's comment with an approach to measure effectiveness.
Right.
That's what I'm suggesting.
And I think it's a legitimate comment because the thing I didn't say yet was I think we need a parallel track. You're going to create a plan and you may come up with some new ideas for things and you may not beyond what we're doing now. But we're not changing any laws here. The laws exist and we do have signage and we do have enforcement that can take place now. So responding to problem areas that staff observes in a manner that's affordable to the agencies that have to take the action. It doesn't mean we have to wait until a full plan is complete before we ever put up another sign or issue a ticket.
Yeah.
Understood.
Thank you. Good comment. Do we have any other, I think we're pretty close to the end of this. Do we have any other thoughts about what that process might encompass? Management enforcement strategies, identify problem areas, measure volume, document impacts, document public sentiment around those areas. discuss complicating local conditions in those areas. Is there, and I don't want to like, we're not going to write the scope completely here, but I'm curious if there's anything else on the board's mind that it wants to ask now to be in that scope as it's being drafted.
Not right now,
Okay, not, definitely not the last chance.
physically.
Okay. I guess I just want to state that this is, Randy, you already said it. Of course, this is about unlicensed vehicles. This does not affect, licensed four-wheel vehicles. That's important to know. And I think that's my last comment on this. Any others?
Not now.
Okay. Thank you. At this point, I would welcome a motion.
Yeah, I move, that we move, or do you want to pull this back out again? Resolution 24-5 to a resolution establishing expanded county position on planning and management of off-highway vehicles in unincorporated Clear Creek County.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Thanks for your good work.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
This is an important step. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Hey, Mr. Chair, should we move the break a little bit so we're inside your guest
Yes.
window of 10:30 to?
Thinking the same.
Rather than move the sort of lunch break that I intend to be a little bit longer.
Oh, is that a lunch break?
I'm just gonna do a bio break.
Okay.
So the board is
I
gonna,
don't care what. Go ahead.
board is gonna be in recess until 10:30 to 10:35 when we all meander back in here.
Go to time cert 10:35. I like that.
Until we will begin at 10:35. Okay, it is 10:39. Next item on the agenda is consideration of approval of resolution number 24-04, revisions to the Clear Creek County primary and secondary road system. I just want to describe how we're going to conduct this hearing. What we're going to do is we are going to have the staff presentation. Commissioner questions can happen during the presentation, as we usually do, will likely happen during the presentation. Immediately following the presentation, we will hear public comment that will probably inspire further questions. And then the board can deliberate. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to staff. It looks like Stoy Streepy is listed as the presenter, but I'll let you guys proceed however you wish.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll just start off. I wanted to introduce myself, Stoy Streepy, Assistant Public Works Director. And here with me at the table is Matt Taylor, our Director of GIS and Internal Services, and our Public Works Director, Carl Shell. We're all members of the county's road research team, along with members that are not present in the room here with us. John Butcher, who with Recreation, he's our Recreation Facilities Manager. Alexis Ergot, our Archivist. Peter Lightman, our county attorney, is also a member of the road research team. Denise Tennant has actually just joined us. She's representing the planning department and the team there. And then Julie Wisnet is our administrative specialist who works with Public Works. And the road research team was formed several years ago and has tackled just a lot of questions that come up about the county's road system. And as part of this process, we are now recommending approval of resolution number 2404, which is revisions to the Clear Creek County primary and secondary road system. And just, I'm going to allow, both Carl and Matt to certainly jump in and maybe, and certainly we have maybe some other panelists online, as questions come up that they can jump in from their respective areas of expertise to help answer some of our questions. But just wanted to kind of go through briefly some of the background of what we're asking you to consider today. And really most recently, as I've listed here in the memo that we provided, adopted a primary and secondary road list. It's happened several times in the past, in the 80s and prior to that and up until more recently, the county has adopted a primary and secondary road list of some form, but there would be long intervals between adoptions, sometimes, 20 plus years even, and oftentimes, in most cases, decades would go by before we reevaluated that road list and updated it at all. And so there were these big gaps previous to this most recent effort, which had started, hearing from the rest of the group around 2017, there was another effort to form this road research team and start this process of really evaluating the county's road system and documenting that for the purposes of county staff and administering county's policies and to provide to the public, to provide for just general reference material on, the public road system here in Clear Creek County. We initially adopted this, the most recent version of this road list through this effort in 2019, revised it with some minor updates in 2021, and are now back before you here in 2024, just with some additional revisions and updates that we'd like the board to consider to making to the primary and secondary county road list. And then is there anything else that you'd like to add as far as some background, as far as the team or our process kind of moving into this, or would we like to just move into what we're looking at as far as our proposed or recommended revisions for this?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. The intent to align county map of the road system and the county road list with the classifications of the roads and what our maintenance practices are. As years go by, which, Stoy stated, we had a road list from 86, another one in 2000, another small revision in 2006, and then
that was never officially adopted.
Was not adopted. And then this group's been working towards that here over the last almost 8, 10 years. So the effort is to get that clarified and dialed in. So if it's site development or mapping or road and bridge, that's fielding phone calls about properties, road use and stuff, that we've got the same information in everybody's office to be able to relay to the public and help move forward with some of the issues that come up. You know, and as we see in the county, not necessarily grow in population, but we certainly have seen building going on all over the place. And there's a lot of sites now or parcels that people are looking at purchasing, and it just brings up questions about everything from road use, road access, and maintenance practices. That's what the vision here of this road research team has really been focused on over the last number of years.
Mr. Chair, could I make when I walk in a room and I think I have a misperception or even a correct perception about something, everything I hear ends up being colored by that perception. And based on our the public comment we got this morning, this is something that's nothing you guys have talked about yet. Would you like to elaborate on, would it be, let me address the chair, would it be okay if Peter can tell me if it's okay with him to elaborate on the content of that email that you sent out at 9:00 this morning regarding 98-181 to clear up some perceptions about that?
So I fully intend to do it at the appropriate time in the hearing.
Okay.
I do want to say as a preliminary matter that notice of this hearing was published pursuant to statute once a week for 2 successive weeks on July 25th, 2024 and August 1st, 2024 in the Clear Creek Current and Canyon Courier, both newspapers of general circulation. That is pursuant to statute. The notice also indicated therein where you could come review the county road map and the list, including at Road and Bridge, as well as here at the county courthouse. So that notice was complied with. It included the revised map and the list. So we're clear.
Thank you. And from my perspective, questions are welcome at any time.
Well,
I'm happy to elaborate on the other aspects. So in the resolution itself that will be before the board today to consider, in the final whereas clause, which is language that has been in at least the 2000 road adoption, that of course is subsequent to resolution 98-181. The language states this resolution supersedes all prior county resolutions selecting, adopting, or revising, and this is the important language, the county's primary and secondary road system. Any resolution that we have adopted relating to the county's primary and secondary road system is specific to that road system, referencing the appropriate statute, the specific statute, and the need for the county to adopt an actual official road system map. That is what we are doing here. As Stoy had explained, we have done this previously. Most recently, did we say 2021?
That's correct.
And so this is fairly routine in terms of something that we do. We are making, in this particular situation, some updates and minor revisions to the map.
And so does this rescind our 98-181?
No, in fact, one of the discussions that I've had with staff was whether or not it made sense to rescind that, because I was unaware of that particular resolution up until about a year and a half ago. I reached out to the prior county attorney concerning it. The prior county attorney felt it was prior to his time, but that he did not believe the board should have adopted it at that time. So we've done some additional research and we evaluated it. And what I determined was that I would meet with the board at a future time, not now, not at this time, to discuss the policy implications as to whether or not we should rescind 98-181, whether it is worth the effort to do that, what the positives of doing that are, and what the negatives of doing that are. And that is to be brought at some point when I'm ready and have done the appropriate research to the board for consideration. It is absolutely not contemplated as being revised in this resolution or rescinded in this resolution. If I'm going to rescind a resolution or ask the board, I should say, to rescind a resolution, it will be in a resolution that rescinds 98-181.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and one other comment, if I could just make, there was a comment, a public comment that it was suspiciously removed from the county's website. It was not suspiciously removed. I directed that it be removed from the county's website on the Road and Bridge website about 6 months ago, specifically because it said something to the effect of county's road system or public roads, a road system. Well, that's not the road system. That is a resolution dealing with historical access roads in Clear Creek County going to mining, historical access to mining claims. It is not the road system map. There is something official, statutory, defined road system, primary and secondary road system. So I felt that that was unhelpful to have that. Once the county adopts a revised road system map and list, that is what will go in that space on the webpage. There was no nefarious or underhanded attempt here to deceive the public.
So to follow up on that, just to understand how this resolution fits into this conversation. This resolution states that basically all of these mining roads are public roads. Is that correct?
Are you talking about 98-181?
I'm not trying to make a determination right now.
Right.
We're not on the agenda to rescind it. I just want to understand how it fits in because I'll state my confusion.
Right. So there's
This resolution declares that basically all the mining roads are public roads, and we have a map that shows a much more limited set of public roads. Which one is true, or what's the difference between what this resolution is claiming and what our map states?
Okay, so I'm happy to address that briefly, but want to point out that any further or detailed discussion of 98-181 should probably be at separate hearing. We shouldn't be conflating these two matters. The determination of historical access roads being public roads is what it is. There would be a lot that would have to go into determining what is historical access. How are we determining historical access? Was something a road or was it just a mule trail? Was it conceivable that it could be used to bring back and forth whatever is being mined? There are a number of factors that would go into that. The county commission back in 98 chose to adopt that for whatever reason. That is completely different from what you have described as a more limited road system, because just because something may be deemed a public road does not mean it is part of the county's adopted road system, primary and secondary road system. We do not automatically do that. What we do when determining whether something should be part of the county's primary and secondary road system is we look at objective criteria, looking at historical maps, uses of roads in that regard. We look at USGS maps. Matt can go into more detail as to that. We have a decision tree that goes into, a variety of things, including permitting along the road and various things. That's what makes that determination. I do not see the two things as related specifically to one another. One does not inform the other. 98-181 stands alone, which also explains candidly why I was unaware of it until a year and a half ago, because it simply doesn't come up, because what we focus on is what the board has adopted as the primary and secondary road system.
Okay, so 181 makes a broad declaration that it's specific to any specific road. You have to do research to determine and meet certain criteria to understand if there's really a legal case that it is a public road.
Yes.
And then there's the policy question of whether we think the public is benefited by declaring that as a public road. That's the distinction.
That's a great summary. I would also note that whether or not a road is a public road for purposes often I think it was passed in part to suggest that it somehow was making prescriptive use of these roads public roads. But my research and my belief is it does not serve as the necessary overt act to do that.
I think the purpose of it was to create private access to private lands to ensure that people were not landlocked from their lands, because there are many private properties around here that may not sit on a county road because of the way the mining claims were laid out and people own those. So it has, and the problem is that one of those mining trails might cross over 2 or 3 sections of public and private land before it arrives at their property. And so probably the reason that it was asked to be considered a public road was so that they could access their property, to get to their property. That doesn't necessarily mean it's part of I agree with you, that doesn't make it part of the county road system. That's just what we own, our rights of way and the roads we own. And then the question, for me, the question is, how do people access their property? And then the downside is that, of course, when you declare it a public road, that means anybody, if one person can do it, everybody can do it, which means these roads become open to general public to travel for any purpose, not just accessing that land.
Well, and respectfully, I caution anybody on the board to speculate as to what the rationale was without specifically knowing what that is. And based on the research that I've done and that my counterpart, the former county attorney has done, I would hesitate to speculate and make a conclusion as to the reason why that was adopted.
I'm satisfied just knowing that we're not rescinding this resolution today.
Yeah.
Yes.
Resolution is not related to our county road system map that we're here to discuss today.
Correct.
Thank you for the expanded explanation.
Well, and my comment, sorry, Peter, my comment was only because I saw a meme recently where there was a picture of a couple of historic figures from the 1500s, and it said that the picture had been taken by Keith Richards, the photograph of them. And I just want you to know that I was here when they built the railroads. So that's the only reason I mentioned that.
Okay, please proceed.
Well, I'd like to jump in and to the list of proposed revisions that we'd like you to consider today. And I've noted a few here on the memo that I provided. Namely, I think one that we're all aware of is associated with the naming of Mount Blue Sky. We had several county roads on our primary and secondary road list that were named after the previous mountain there, the same mountain named differently in the past. And so in an effort to correct that and rename these roads, that was part of the process that our mapping department took the lead on, as they do with all road naming processes. And I think that we presented that to this board, actually, or the mapping department presented that to the board, the process they went through and the community engagement that they had in that process. And so we landed on those. That's just a clerical thing to update our list with those new road names. There's no other changes to those particular roads that we're requesting, other than just those names be updated. Another is Zip Trail. That's one that we've evaluated very thoroughly and looked at from many different directions. And really it was in previous adoption, we showed on a map and what we had on a list were a little bit different. And it's really just refining, based on some of the tools that we have now that we didn't necessarily have in the past. And just it's part of some of the minor updates that we do on our entire road system as we discover some inconsistencies or errors that have been done in the past, whether it's length or whatever condition associated with that road. For Zip Trail, that one has some particular impacts to some of our residents, and that's been brought to our attention, but was not necessarily considered in our evaluation of this recommendation to the board. We ran that particular road through a similar evaluation that we would do for any road when we're making a staff level determination that we would recommend to the board. And for that one in particular, you know, it was actually done previously, the same similar process that we've now, you know, documented a little bit better to have a more consistent process was done on that. And from a more limited staff, you know, kind of made a similar determination. We brought the information in front of this road research team and kind of ran it through a process to make our own evaluation as a team of what our recommendation would be. And so that's what you're seeing now, is to reduce the length of the adopted portion of or change the length as shown on the list to reflect what we've come up with in our evaluation there.
Let me pause you there because you mentioned Zip Trail, which reminds me that, and Peter, we need to have a quick conversation. I just need to declare that I have a family member two family members who live on Zip Trail. They're not immediate family members. Peter and I had a conversation about whether that represents a conflict of interest. Was our determination on that?
That you disclose it
Okay.
publicly, but that unless there is a that there is a benefit to you personally, unless they are direct family members, such as your wife, you are fine to proceed and consider this.
Okay. So I'm publicly declaring I've got two cousins that live on Zip Trail. They're not immediate family. I have no financial interest in this conversation.
Thank you. And then beyond Zip Trail, as we haven't looked at all of these physical roads that are scattered around Clear Creek County, just because primarily we don't have the capacity to do so, to do an analysis on every physical road that shows up or exists around Clear Creek County, to run it through an evaluation process and make a determination. When since we were looking at Zip Trail so thoroughly, there was, as we were looking at historic maps and other references, there was a road right adjacent to Zip Trail that was showing up on these references, and just really couldn't ignore it. It was just like, well, as we're looking at these references, this one is right here. Maybe we should look at that. And also it gave us an opportunity to kind of run that road through our evaluation process and kind of see where it landed. And as we did so, we found that did kind of meet the criteria that would lead the team to recommend that be adopted as a secondary county non-maintained road. And then through through another process, we assigned a road name to that, and we called that Morning Star Trail. So that's an addition to the list, and wanted to note that those in particular, but also want to kind of go down through the list here. And I don't know, is there a benefit to going through our entire list? Would the board like to hear any comments on each and every one of these that are on the list? There's maybe 15 of these changes that we're recommending.
Good question, board. Matt?
I think there's at least one more worth mentioning. There was a gentleman on earlier that I think spoke to it, perhaps, the one in Brook Forest Estates. So in that case, that is we are updating the list to match our current maintenance policy. So that's a road. I'm trying to remember what the name of the road is.
Ute Trail.
Ute Trail. So correct me if I'm wrong, but we've not historically been maintaining that as a secondary maintained road. It's been a secondary county non-maintained road. And so in that case, we're just correcting the map and the list to match our current maintenance.
This was one of the questions that I had was, are these changes, several of these changes are relating to the maintenance map, not the what's a public road map. Are they reflecting recent changes to on the ground maintenance or long-standing maintenance practices?
Typically long-standing, and there's no changes that have been involved in these decisions that are like, oh, the road and bridge just decided to not maintain this any longer or anything like that. And Ute Trail in particular, our understanding is, it's on in the realm of like 15 years since we last maintained that segment of Ute Trail.
Are there any roads that we're talking about taking off the maintenance list that we recently have decided to stop maintaining?
There's not, no, really the efforts through these revisions that we're recommending now are to reflect what we're doing in practice. Not that we've changed anything recently in practice, and correct me if I'm wrong in that, Carl, if you know of any that we've made any changes to our maintenance practices.
Not on this revision, no.
Okay, I know in the past we've discussed as a policy, maybe we can't maintain this road anymore, but that's not what we're doing here. What we're doing is matching up with sort of longstanding history. Practice.
I just need some remedial education and I'm not sure which side of the table it comes from. What's the difference between a private road and an unmaintained county road?
Peter may speak to this too, but essentially, legal access, a private road, in whatever form it is, it can be, 40 feet wide and have 4 lanes, but it's not open to the public. And so, but a secondary county non-maintained road is the road that, the county's road and bridge department does not put maintenance funds into or maintenance efforts into typically, but is open to the public.
Okay. What's the difference between a driveway and a road?
We've defined a driveway to only serve 5 or fewer residences.
So when a driveway gets the 6th house, does the property just somehow magically become public property instead of a private road?
No, there's no designation between private and public in that 5 to 6 number. It only changes the standards that road needs to be constructed to. And the naming policy is just a little bit different.
Yeah, the naming policy is slightly different. We've updated that just a couple of years ago. And we've changed it. It used to be when there was a 3rd address assigned to it, that we would name it. We're now doing that when there's a 2nd address. And I'm glad you brought this up because I wanted to make this point. Assigning a name to a road or a driveway does not in any way change whether it's private, public, or maintained or not maintained.
So it's just a name.
It just is a name for emergency service purposes so that we can better serve and find our residents.
So we have public roads called drive and we have driveways called road, whatever. Okay.
So if it's on your maintenance list, does that suggest it's a public road?
On this primary and secondary road list, all the roads that are listed on here are public county roads.
Okay. Now I may have a conflict because our neighborhood can't figure out where our former driveway that got named in the early 90s because we added a 5th or 6th house became county property. So we're not convinced that it's not a taking based, and maybe it was taken before and none of us noticed, but it doesn't feel right.
And sorry, is that particular road currently on the list?
It is.
Is it?
It's on the public unmaintained road list.
Okay.
And honestly, there are other people who have shared concerns about their own roads within the last 4 days as well.
So for purposes, just to clarify, since you indicated you may have a conflict as well, and I appreciate you disclosing that. It sounds to me as though it would make sense to evaluate and discuss the situation you're referring to among staff, just because I'm not sure which situation that is. And based on what you're saying, if it's newly added, then I would encourage you not to vote today and to recuse yourself if that were the case. However, if it has been on that road system list from previous boards adopting it, then that's up to you. Okay.
But are there any roads that were added in this iteration that people may believe are publicly owned and suddenly we're adding them to this list and it suggests they're no longer private roads?
I think Morningstar Trail would be an example of that, where it went through an evaluation process and the road research team were compelled through that evaluation of it to find that it, fit the criteria of being a public road. And
Just gets condemned and becomes public?
Its condemnation is not the appropriate
Whatever the
legal
right
term.
word is.
It is
Someone's
adopted.
losing control.
It is adopted. Well, nobody has control over that necessarily, and it is adopted pursuant to the criteria that historically, based on mapping and a variety of other criteria, it is determined to be public pursuant to statute.
Okay. I've taken us into the weeds. I'll stop.
I mean, this is important stuff.
Mhm.
I just want to make sure I understand. The road that you're discussing, the road you live on, we're not proposing a change to that in this resolution.
I don't know. When was it put on the list? Is it new to the list?
Well, let's
I'm not-
answer that. What's
Sure which road we're talking about.
You know,
Red Tail Trail.
is Red Tail Trail having changes proposed in this resolution?
It is not.
Okay,
And
then we
so,
missed our opportunity to complain.
No, I think your comments are very germane to our discussion here and what you're contemplating today. Because, that is these questions that the county and the county's residents have tried to tackle over the years and we're, have improved the processes for that. But what we're doing today is correcting some of the mistakes that we've made in the past. And Red Tail Ridge or other roads, may be, although it wasn't caught on this, but if there's a question about it, that is one of the tasks that this road research team would like to tackle. As far as, when these questions come up, this is the county staff team that can kind of take a look at that and then make recommendations to our leadership to formally, change the list, if it needs to be removed or added or whatever may need to happen there.
To understand, go right.
I was just gonna, sorry, I was just gonna say, to that point, we actually have one road on here that we had previously identified as a county road, public road, that we're taking off and removing from the public domain. That this road research team did some research on it, found that that segment of road was not in fact public. Is that right, Cascade?
Yeah, I think Cascade is on there. There's also a portion of Golden Willow Road that we found too. And in some of those cases, it's very clear that it's like, well, we made a mistake. And although we're using references from historic county maps and other sources that we have, when we had adopted that initially, when we went back and looked at it or new information came to light, in the case of Golden Willow Road, the upper section of that, there's clear dedications of private easements on there, but there's no indication of any kind of dedication to the public. And so that was one that, hey, it doesn't make sense for us to declare this as a public road. And so that's one of the roads on this, along with Cascade, that we're asking the board to remove from the list.
and just the reason I asked that question is because I'm trying to make sure that me and the public clearly understand whether there's a potential conflict of interest. If we're not discussing a change to the road that Mitch lives on, does he have a conflict of interest?
No, it's not going to change it, but I do want to point out two statutory considerations. So the statute that requires the county to adopt a road system map allows for these subsequent updates, these additions, corrections. There are also statutes that deal with actually the need to formally vacate a road when necessary. So the road research team and I discussed whether or not this needs to go through that type of process or can simply be adjusted through the road system, the adoption of the road system map. Oftentimes, especially with both GIS improving, we learn things. We learn that there may be distance changes, any number of things that affect the map itself. And so as technology improves, things do change. Additionally, sometimes we become aware of documents or historical information that we did not know when the original map was created or the original road list adopted. So in those instances, we reevaluate and change our determination based on that. So just to give you some background.
Thank you. I mean, as I understand it, we go through a process of, there's certain legal criteria we can use to declare a road public. You go through the process of figuring out whether a road meets that criteria. The board then is advised that we could choose to make this a public road. We decide whether we think it's good policy to make it a public road, right? If at some point there's an assertion we've made that you think isn't legally, like that we can't defend, then you bring us a recommendation that we don't declare that a road. Am I understanding correctly kind of how this works?
It sounds accurate.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So in that case, you mentioned one road, a maintenance road, getting us back on track. Then you had asked whether the board wants to hear the full list or whether the board is satisfied with having read the list in the packet. Board, what's your response to that question?
I'm not sure a list of road names would help me understand
Well, there are,
anything. No, I haven't memorized the county roads. I wouldn't know where they were.
when we say full list, I think we might be talking about two different lists. You're talking about the list at the very top, which is 15 that are being changed versus the entire list of roads. And, you know, the first thing is I'd say, let's talk about those which have questions which are disputed. But then there may be some on there that are not, some determinations that are not disputed by someone that yet. And so I don't know how long it's going to take us to talk about 15 roads.
It should be fairly quick, and then the intention that I was kind of trying to express there was that we would not only read the road name, but also give you a brief description of what we're recommending the change be on that. And I think it may be helpful if we had our public comment previous to this, then we may be informed. It's like, oh, there is a particular interest in this one that may inform us, like, well, let's talk about that road. But if we, you know, at least give the opportunity to kind of briefly describe and understand, you know, the list of changes that we're making, then before we have public comment, then at least you have some idea of these.
Let's go that. Why don't you just run through the list of 15, then we'll do public comment.
And we can go back to them if we need to.
Yep, and I will need some assistance from the rest of the team on some of these. And while we've kind of formed this team, is because we've got representatives from these different areas of the county staff that can evaluate these based on their own perspectives and experience here. So sometimes we rely on different individuals for different considerations. The first one on the list is Blue Sky Trail. That is a road that we're only asking that we update the name on from its previous that was named after it was previously named Little Squaw Pass Road. We're asking that be renamed to Blue Sky Trail on the list. It's actually.
Yeah, we've already made that official name change. We're just clarifying it on this list.
Castlewood Court. And this is the section from address number 80 to the end of the road. And we're saying that this, we're changing this segment to secondary county maintained to reflect its current status. And this is 1/10 of a mile long. And that's just updating that to what we're doing in practice. We were showing, you know, that we maintained up to this point when we actually maintained 1/10 of a mile further. And so for Castlewood Court, it is just changing that to more precisely reflect what we're actually maintaining there. Castlewood Drive, this is a section of Castlewood Drive below Bergen Park Estates to Colorado 103. And the change on that is impacting, you know, close to 9/10 of a mile. And it's a change from secondary county non-maintained to not a county road. And that's one that Matt had previously brought up, that is one that's being removed as a public road. And I think that maybe some others on the team can comment if they feel necessary as to why we made that determination.
Please do.
Yeah, that goes through Denver Mountain Parks, and it was never officially dedicated to the county or designated a public road. It's entirely through private Denver Mountain Parks property. And I think that also there's easements through there, and that is.
It does cross one piece of private property, but everything else is in Denver Mountain Parks, and it is utilized as fire egress for Echo Hills. But it's gated on both ends, and access points to that are controlled by Denver Mountain Parks, Evergreen Fire Authority, and the County Road and Bridge Department.
So limited access to the public in the case of an emergency, but not just general public access through there. Colorado 103, again, just changing, updating the name of the road. It was formerly known as Squaw Pass Road, and in some areas anyway, we're just updating the list to reflect the designated Colorado 103, which the county refers to that road as. Golden Willow Road, I touched on this briefly. This is about 0.65 tenth of a mile. This is the area that that we had adopted through the previous road adoptions. But when looking at it, and oftentimes this will come from a team member. In this case, this came from a driveway permit that we looked at, and as we were doing some research on the driveway permit application, we saw that that the easements that were provided to us and that we reviewed in that designated that as a private easement and not a public easement. And we did additional research and just couldn't find any evidence of any kind of public easement in there. It was not something that was brought to us from the public, just something that we kind of seen through a process. No real impacts that we know of to any property owners on that one. Juneau Trail, this is the full length of the road, which is 5/100ths of a mile there. This changed the segment to a secondary county non-maintained to reflect the current maintenance. And that's just reflecting that we're not maintaining Juneau Trail, and I don't know that we ever have.
It's been 15 years, I think. There's no residents on that last segment of that road.
And Morningstar Trail, again, this is one that we had just seen in the course of doing some other research there that jumped out at us and we felt compelled to take a look at. And when we looked at the circumstances along Morningstar Trail, the road research team determined that this did kind of fit the criteria that we're evaluating to recommend to the board that be adopted as a public road. And Morningstar Trail accesses from South Spring Gulch Road up to kind of the general area where Zip Trail accesses, and that kind of general area there. So just kind of an alternative access to the area that's accessed through Zip Trail. Pine Valley Road, another renaming that was formerly known as Old Squaw Pass Road. We've changed the name to Pine Valley Road. Ponderosa Drive for the full length of the road. It's just a mileage correction on that. We're just updating it from better mapping information or better measurements that we've taken there. No impacts to residents or anything on that, just kind of updating clerical error. Raven Ridge Road, formerly known as Squaw Mountain Trail. I changed that name to Raven Ridge Road and updating our list to reflect that. Sawmill Lane. This is again 5/100ths of a mile. This is in a subdivided area where we have dedicated public right of way there, but there's never been a road that's been constructed. And so due to the just topography and existing conditions there, we haven't maintained that, nor do we have the ability to really get in there without doing a road improvement project to maintain that area. So just making that minor change to reflect, again, in practice, what we're actually maintaining, but no impacts to legal access or anything like that, or anybody's ability to improve that road for future access. Seton Gulch Road. This is almost half a mile for the full length of the road. In 2017, this road was determined to be a county road. In 2023, the road was named to assist locating and describing the road. The road is being added to the map and listed as a secondary county non-maintained road. And I think that this is one that, there was a previous determination made, and we're just updating our list to reflect that. Ski Road from Ute Trail to Deer Trail. This is an area that is part of a subdivision. The right-of-way there was dedicated through the subdivision process. Physical conditions there, very steep, probably on the road of 30% or so. And there is overhead utility lines going through there. So it's used for public utilities, but there's no physical road there. So just changing the map to reflect that there's not actually a physically road there. Again, still right of way exists. If someone wanted to construct a road there, they would have the legal ability to do so. Trails and Lane for the full length of the road, about 1/10 of a mile. This road was determined to be a county road. The road was named in 2021, adding it to the map and listed as a secondary county non-maintained road. And I'm not sure of the particular background on Trails and Lane there.
That is the Dumont Cemetery access road.
Thank you. Again, that was dedicated to the public or
Trails
town.
End. Yeah, it's a good name, right?
that was dedicated through some land use processes. So clear public dedication of that, just a road naming process, a good one. Ute Trail, this is one that I think Matt had actually mentioned, but I think it's worth talking about. I think we may receive some public comment on this. There's some property owners that will be impacted by the formal update on this, but in practice, again, we haven't changed any of our maintenance practices for at least 15 years there. But this would be a reduction in what we previously stated in the length of maintained portion of the road there. And so just eliminating the ends of U Trail just to reflect what we've been maintaining in practice there. Zip Trail, correcting the mileage of Zip Trail, which was previously listed as 0.59 miles to 0.44 miles. And again, this was through an evaluation process. The lower portion of the road was pretty clearly dedicated through some land use processes to the public. Once you get beyond that point, we just couldn't find any compelling evidence that it fit all the criteria needed for us to recommend the board would adopt that road. So it's mainly a mistake that staff level mistake that we're attempting to correct now on Zip Trail.
So just to make sure I understand, the mileage listed on Zip Trail was correct. The map didn't reflect the mileage
No,
accurately.
the opposite.
The map was correct. The mileage was not correct.
And the map is what's binding because that is what is adopted by the board, although the road list is adopted at the same time. It's the map that by statute must be adopted.
And staff's intent and recommendation was what's reflected on the map.
Yes.
Yeah, and then
So the classification of Zip Trail didn't change, just the length.
that's correct.
Correct.
And we continue to list the lengths of these roads on our adopted county road list. Maybe not because we're required to statutorily, but it's typically a really good reference for both staff and our community. So that concludes the list of changes that we're recommending today. So happy to really answer any additional questions that the board may have.
Any additional questions right now before we do public comment?
No, thanks for all your effort.
Good to go, thanks.
I'm gonna go ahead and open it up for public comment. Let's start with the people in the room. You are in Zoom. That will give you time to raise your hand. Carl, maybe you can podium over.
Sure. And we may have discussion or something after the public comment.
Of course, right. After public comment, we may be inspired to ask questions and, then the board will deliver it. Who would like to begin? Go ahead. Please state your name, roughly where you live, who you represent, if you're representing anyone, and you will have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. My name is Amy Hunt. I'm a lawyer with Timmons LLC, and I represent Ken and Christine Thiessen and Molly Morris and Polly Monash. I'm here today with regard to Zip Trail. I've been in discussions with the county for the past year regarding the length of that road and have sent 2 letters, one last September, one in November, explaining in detail our position with regard to the length. In the November letter, I specifically asked that it, along with the September letter, be included in the materials. There appears to have been some sort of a bit of an oversight on that. But I just wanted to point up those letters because they do contain our detailed position on these matters and are part of the record of these proceedings. The Thiessens and Monashes are owners of mining claim property that's located along and north of Zip Trail. They both acquired their first parcels in the late 1990s, and they have used Zip Trail to access their property since then. The entire length of Zip Trail, the 0.59. And I know we're not looking at a map, but from South Spring Gulch Road, these parcels, Zip Trail goes up to here, and then Morningstar Trail, that's been recently recognized, sort of hooks up to Zip Trail. So the proposal today is to basically cut off about 0.15 miles of Zip Trail, declare that private, so that property owners who own property above Zip Trail cannot access it via Zip Trail without some sort of private easement. We believe that the entire length of Zip Trail is a public road as a matter of law. by virtue of both the 98 resolution as well as federal law and state law. Many members of the public use the entire length of Zip Trail. Wayne Dykeman provided us a declaration signed under penalty of perjury. He is a longtime owner of mining claim property in the area, and he and his family have used the entire length of Zip Trail from South Spring Gulch Road to where it connects with Morningstar Trail. And by the way, in my letters, I referred to it as Raven Road. It hadn't been named. So just so you know, Morningstar Trail and Raven Road, for purposes of our description, are the same. But Mr. Dykeman's family has used this for more than 6 years, unimpeded, without permission from anyone. It is a public road. The county records, in fact, reflect that the entire length of Zip Trail is a public road. The list that you are considering amending today has listed Zip Trail as being 0.59 miles in length, which corresponds to how long the road is and has been used for decades. In a 2004 deed from the county to the Marlins, the depiction of the area depicts the entirety of Zip Trail without making any distinction between public and private. In 2022, a county employee confirmed that Zip Trail was an open public road that was 0.59 miles in length. So what happened to change all this? Well, in 2022, the Thiesens decided to put their property on the market.
You're at your team. 3 minutes.
Okay. Okay. The change from 0.59 to 0.44 is not a typographical error. It cuts this road in half and seriously negatively affects the value of these properties. We believe once a road is a public road, as determined by the 98 resolution and other federal and state laws, it is a vested public right that cannot be undone or vacated without proper procedures and not by an amendment of the length in a road list. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to come next? And Ms. Sorensen, if you are here for public comment, we are not going to ask you to move.
We are not going to ask you to.
We're not going to ask you to get up and walk. I recognize that you came in on crutches. So when you are ready, please just state what you want to state from your seat.
Okay, thank you.
And starting with your name and roughly where you live.
Joanne Sorensen, 220 Mill Creek Road. Proud signer of resolution 98-2021. And I am so happy to hear today that you are not intending to do anything about this resolution today. Because I think there is a great deal of discussion that ought to be heard before you decide whether you want to continue or you want to discontinue this resolution. If you look at the signers on it, it was Fabian Watras, rest in peace, Bob Perot, no longer Clear Creek County resident, myself, and the attorney was Brad Bailey, Brad Bailey, who rest in peace also. So I'm sure it's kind of difficult finding the history of it. But I would be happy to participate in any discussions. I can go back 20 years and look at minutes and refresh my memory. But the issues that it tried to address were just what you heard now. And I would urge you in adopting this list, okay, let me change track now. I've commented on 98-181. Now, I'd like to comment on the proposed list of changes. And I just want to verify, there are, if you number them, there are 16, and it looks like there may be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 that have people living on them, or, there are property owners along. And I'm just curious if the property owners of these specific changes all have been individually notified, just to make sure that there are, they have the opportunity to comment if they have a concern. So those are my 2 issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? You know the drill. Please state your name, roughly where you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
Again, my name is Robin DeMayo, live in Idaho Springs. And I would like to comment on the proposed resolution 2404. And first off, I heard today that the advertisement for this meeting included the list and all that, and I just want to inform you that it did not. I was given this and I just looked it up on the Clear Creek Current's online public notice of public notices, and this is the extent of what was published. Okay, further, so I don't believe that the affected residents or public is being represented today. I don't believe the notice was sufficient. And I just wanted to say that I chose to invest my money in a parcel of land in Clear Creek County based upon resolution R98-101, based upon the zoning regulations that it was zoned for residential development, based upon the assessment that it was a buildable parcel, and based upon my taxes being taxed as residential. And now I'm being told, no, you won't be able to get a building permit if your road is not on this list, then it is not a public road anymore. Regardless of the history of the USGS maps, BLM maps, county maps showing the road there. So I never thought I would be here before you guys trying to justify that I have legal access to my property, which was specifically chosen because a public road goes right through the property. I am totally mind boggled that the county would take away the rights of the public to travel on public roads, and by simply not listing them in the county's maintenance system, deem them private. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Seeing none, let's go online. Can you give me a sense of how many people are there?
So far we have three. First, we're gonna have John. I'm going to promote him to panelist. Flanagan. Hi, John, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and proceed with public comment.
John, please state your name, roughly where you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hey everybody, this is John Flanagan. I am the resident of 491 Zip Trail. Just wanted to hop in first and foremost, just say thank you guys. I know this is tough work. You know, these roads being mining roads and all the different stuff that kind of goes into that. I know it's not an easy thing to sort out. You know, I'm pleased to hear kind of the changes being discussed here today. I think that's close to what we kind of were up against when we built our house. Really just to give a little bit of backstory on this, in 2017, 2018, we requested the county to kind of tell us where access ended on Zip Trail. And it was a very lengthy, difficult process to finally, you know, determine where public access ended. So then, you know, fast forward a few years, and then the you know, inventory was updated, and where we, you know, our sticking point with that was basically just, you can't arbitrarily change something that, you know, the initial ruling, we went and got easements, we played by the rules, we did everything we needed to do according to the law to build our house appropriately. You know, then again, fast forwarding to where the road was arbitrarily changed in length without really notifying us. So that was where we kind of started looking into this as like, hey, what's going on? Long story short, I just wanted to chime in and say thank you very much for all the hard work you guys are doing, and carry on. Thank you.
All right, next we have Maggie. Her last name is Murray, M-U-R-R-A-Y.
Welcome, Maggie. Please state your name, roughly where you live, and proceed with your comment.
Yes, my name is Maggie Murray. I live on Stevens Gulch Road. I want to echo our last speaker and just say, I think it's really awesome that the county has put together this road research team. And I know it's thankless work and you probably feel at the sharp end of the spear today, but citizens, we acknowledge and thank you for the work. Our road has no proposed changes here, and we actually agree that the current designation probably balances the needs of all users. But we do know that, you know, community needs change over time. And just in light of the rest of the discussion today, I think really highlights the need for just ongoing investment and focus on this issue and continued public engagement. And we absolutely want to be part of that process as it goes forward. So again, just thank you. No changes to our road, which sounds great. But ongoing public engagement is more than welcome. So that's all. Thank you.
You.
All right, now we have Carl.
Hello, my name is Carl Ramsey, and I have the property at 1 Ute Trail, so that's what I'll be speaking to. Thank you all for your hard work, and thank you, Stoy, for the several conversations we've had over the last couple of years in looking into this. This is not my primary residence. However, not having the road maintained for the last 15 years has had an impact on our upkeep of this house. And we've been patient. I think the residents that are making it a full-time residence in this area have been having a harder time with it. I've been just letting things take the course, and I think now we're at the place where this will have a great impact. If Ute Trail is taken off the list of roads that are maintained, then we won't have access to the property, and that denies us access. There's no simpler way to put it. So that's the impact it will have on us. I've spoken to some of the other residents along Ute Trail, and everybody would like to have maintenance resumed. It was maintained for many years until roughly 15 years ago, and then it was stopped. So the neglect has contributed to the state that it's in right now, which means that it can't simply be maintained, but it'll have to undergo a bigger project in order to get it into condition for that. The county did put in a culvert, and I'm not sure when this was put in. This might have been put in 15 years ago, but that has significantly washed away one side of this road, and that could also be part of the reason why it's in such disrepair. So it's my hope that the board will consider that this is necessary to the residents there to maintain and to have access or to regain access to the property, and I'll just stay tuned for your discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in Zoom?
No.
Okay,
No one else.
We'll issue a last call in the room and a last call on Zoom.
Oh, we just did get one more hand raised, sorry. This is Jolene.
You could let me know when she's a panelist.
She's joining now. Yep. Jolene, you can go ahead.
Please state your name and your address, roughly where you live, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Jolene, are you muted?
*6 if she's on her cell phone.
No, it says that she's not muted, but I'm wondering if you know how sometimes our mic on our computer is muted sometimes.
Jolene, we're gonna hang on for a minute here and see if you can get your audio going.
Or you can call in.
punch the dots next to her name to allow her to talk and that'll just, you'll manually unmute her?
She is unmuted.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the phone number she can call?
Is it any of these numbers, Beth?
Yes.
Okay, Jolene, if you can hear me, you can call 669-900-6833.
You're gonna need a meeting ID and everything.
I think
If you
she'll
repeat that.
probably need,
Or I just,
Can't you call that one?
or we can get that one going. So these were all done.
Bear with us. We want to make sure that she has every opportunity to make a comment.
Yeah.
You force her to unmute.
Yeah,
she's not muted. though.
Yeah, she's not muted. She's unmuted herself then unmuted, so.
Does that telephone work?
No. No, but.
Go ahead and Warner's.
Maybe Jolene.
Leading Renee.
Peter, what's your recommendation in a situation like this?
We could take a brief recess to see if we can still access.
I can see if she can send me her number and we can call her on that.
Yep.
Okay.
And this may be Jolene Werner, who has recently purchased the property adjacent to Carl Ramsey's, the resident or the individual we just heard from.
All right. I just messaged her to send me her number.
I don't think we need to declare a recess. I'm happy to just sit here.
And if you want to just table public comment and any additional questions, we could start doing that.
I got her number.
Okay.
I
It's coming up right now.
was thinking about that too.
Great minds.
I've never seen it done. I was speculating.
All right, ready?
in my head.
Yeah.
Here, I'll just bring it over. I don't want to see her number over.
Probably good. Yeah.
Okay, just for the listening public, we're preparing to call Jolene and hear her comment.
Perfect. Let's bring it over. Thank you.
Sorry.
Let it be known, Beth Luther is.
Hello.
Hi there. Hi, Jolene.
Hi, Jolene.
I do apologize. That was my first time using Zoom. Apparently, technical errors. So my name is Jolene and we've currently purchased 3 Ute Trail. I really appreciate everybody and the attention to this matter. Currently, we just have access to the property we purchased through the easement of the county building. And we just wanted to give a shout out in hopes that we can get the repair done on Ute Trail to have access to our property. So basically, we're just here to say we're here and we would love access.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
Thank you, Jolene.
Yeah, thank you guys. Okay, have a good one.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Any other hands raised on Zoom?
Nope.
Okay, thank you for your patience, everyone. I'm going to close public comment. Board, what additional questions do we have before we get into deliberations? I will start. So I want to talk about the notice process. What was in the written notice? Can you characterize that?
Sure. So, and Stoy may be able to speak to it specifically because he probably, one, has a copy and two, put it in there. But I did not state that the road list and the map was attached to the public notice. Public notice very clearly states that the road list and map may be viewable at the Road and Bridge Department in Demont, as well as at the county courthouse. Upon request, they can reach out. That's what the notice indicates. That's what the notice indicates. And it does comply with statute accordingly.
So I think that the answer to this question is obvious. Have property owners on roads that were proposed to change been individually notified?
No, and the county does not currently have a public process where we actually would do that. We have similar processes when it comes to site development matters, some subdivisions. Even when we rename a road, we reach out to property, don't we, on the renaming, reach out to property owners on the road?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so typically for things like that, we do. But when it comes to actually adopting roads or as a public road, for example, on this as part of the primary or secondary road system, we don't currently do that. And if the board does want to consider that, certainly, I think it's worth evaluating.
Okay, thank you. I can keep going through my list or
Go for it.
can someone help me understand what's the historic practice of granting building permits on roads that are not on our list? I'm thinking since 1998 until today. If there's a road that's not on the county road list, what's our historic practice there?
Yeah, it has evolved over the years, and I can't say with any certainty of you know kind of when the changes were, but certainly prior to my employment with the site development department 5 years ago, it's been very similar, and recent years previous to that, it was done similarly where now this list itself provides a great resource, as we've kind of discussed with the board earlier, that's consistent across the county that we can provide to the public and county staff, where in the past, site development may have consulted one kind of road list that the county had adopted or maybe not formally adopted, whereas the Road and Bridge Department may have been consulting their own records or something like that. At this point, certainly since 2019, when this version of the road list has been adopted, when the site development department receives driveway permit, which is the first step in a development process, is to get their access permitted. When we receive that request, we'll evaluate the property and this list, along with other, you know, known public roads, you know, if they're, you know, a state highway, as, you know, some of our residents take access directly from Highway 103 that's outside the county's jurisdiction, and it's just a state portion of the highway, or things, known sources like that. And we, you know, proceed with the permitting process. If it's on something like a mining claim, which has come up today, that does not have direct access to the public domain or the public right of way, then in those cases, we have put the onus on the permit applicant to provide evidence of legal access to their property. And we receive that in many different forms. Sometimes it can be, you know, maybe a subdivision dedication or something that was not known or not properly recorded or something that we didn't know about. In most cases, it comes in the form of an easement of some form, most often a private easement that grants, you know, access for the purpose of developing a single family residence or whatever their development proposal may be. And we take that information, and then the mapping department has had a huge effort in recording all of these known easements. And so we've got a lot that are on our mapping system, our GIS system, but there's a lot out there that we don't know about. So our process is really to take an easement, and what we've written into our kind of driveway permitting process is that we that easement for any kind of shared driveway or anything like that must be recorded with the county's clerk and recorder. And so that's just kind of the typical process that we do, you know, put the onus on them, whether there's a physical road there, which happens in a lot of cases, or in a lot of cases, these mining claims don't have a direct connection to the public right of way, nor do they have any kind of physical road there. But in some cases, there is a physical road there that could have been created in the 1800s as part of a historic mining use, or it could have been created in the 60s as a four-wheel drive path that used recreationally, or for many other purposes, I'm sure.
Okay, so the practice, if you've got a building permit on a road that's not part of the listed county maintenance system, you ask that property owner to help you determine any evidence that might. Well, wait, no, actually what you do is you ask them to get easements from any private properties that cross that road.
It is in a sense, we don't ask them specifically for an easement and use that language. We're really looking for some kind of public access there, and it doesn't necessarily have to come in the form of an easement.
Legal access of one kind.
Legal access, that's right, because there could be physical access there, that there is a road that bisects their property. But it's not on our road list. It's not on the US Forest Service's motor vehicle use map, or it's not, on the state's, road system list.
Right. And what happens in that case is, so it's an easement, it can be an easement, also private property, or it can be a Forest Service driveway permit. If it's not on an existing, if they need to build to it across Forest Service land, then they have to get a Forest Service permit. And they pay generally an annual lease fee to maintain that permit or continue to own the permit afterwards. They have to come in and get a cultural resource survey and all that kind of stuff before the permit's issued.
Okay.
We've got a list that we will provide them of several historic documents and maps that they can also look through. And then if they can find evidence of that road or access existing on any of those, then the research team will kind of take that information into consideration.
And sometimes it will be in the form of a deeded access, where it'll actually be written in their deed, that they have this access through an adjacent property or something like that.
The thing to safeguard against is, it's hard, is, Forest Service can make an agreement with people and say you can, in an area, blanket area where there's been development, say you can only use existing roads, existing trails, but it's hard for everybody to know and remember where every single little trail that already existed was. And so sometimes people go out and drive back and forth enough times until there's a road there. And then they're able to improve that existing road that they actually just created a couple of months ago.
I've heard that.
And then they bring people up to examine it and inspect it, and they say, oh yeah, here's a trail, an existing road here across the Forest Service, you're allowed to do it, but they actually create the road in order to get access to their property in order to build or whatever.
That's kind of part of our process review is, we'll look at these historic documents, historic maps, but we also have good historic aerial photography. And so we can go back, to the 30s. If something existed that far back, or maybe it's only been there since the 80s, so we have some good documentation on it. Well,
And I have been told by some that have approached, told me that they've approached the US Forest Service and asked for an easement and been told exactly that. It's like, yeah, if there's an existing road there or something, then utilize that. But in my experience here over the past 5 years, I have seen the US Forest Service allow construction of new driveways across US Forest Service lines where no road or any previous thing existed, and there was no suggestion that there ever was a road there. So the US Forest Service has been open in Clear Creek County here within our district to creating new roads or driveways on US Forest Service land.
Right. In my case, I purchased a piece of private property that required access across Forest Service. The realtors had driven back and forth across that property over that land to get somewhere else. And I went to Forest. I learned that it had been illicitly built. So I went to the Forest Service, showed them that, and then purchased a Forest Service permit for that existing portion of the road that somebody else had done before I'd gotten there, realizing that it wasn't an actual historic road, that they'd been duped.
Commissioner Marlin, if I could just interrupt for a second, I did get a copy of the notice. And I stand corrected. It does provide the notice of the hearing today, but it doesn't actually state the language that I thought it did state, which was that the proposed road and bridge map was available at Road and Bridge and at the county courthouse for viewing. We've referenced that in the resolution. And the statute only requires that you provide notice of the hearing 2 successive weeks. But I do need to stand corrected at that. Presumably, somebody could have reached out, but it isn't in the notice itself, so I just want to clarify.
But what you stated about that was.
Yes, it is legally sufficient, but I was in error in what I asserted.
Effectively is the other.
This one we've discussed before, but because of some of the public comment, I think it's worth clarifying. I think there's a difference between declaring a road as a county road and then deciding to maintain it. Removing the maintenance, deciding not to maintain a road does not make it private. It does not reduce legal access. It might impact physical access. And I think that might be what some of the public comment was referring to. But I just wanted to be very clear. Is my understanding correct?
Yeah, there are those 2 different scenarios on our suggested revisions here, our recommended revisions here. U-Trail being that example where it's a maintenance question, nothing to do with legal access.
I have another question. It's a little different nuance on that. Don't we have county designated roads? In other words, it's a county road number when we don't actually own the road, when we simply have used it for identification purposes. And the reason I bring the question up, and I'm curious about this, Peter, is that we have roads, for example, within municipalities that are actually part of the town system, but we have a county road designation in some of our towns. So I'm just curious how that.
You're talking about like the name, like CR 108.
Yeah, right. It's named as a county road, and yet it's within a municipality, and we don't actually own a right of way in that case, is my understanding. I'm not sure.
I think, one that comes to mind is County Road 308. That's a good example. In the Dumont area, it's County Road 308. That's a county road number. It is a county road, but it's entirely within CDOT's right of way. And CDOT currently maintains it, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
So, yeah.
Another example, I think, would be County Road 314, which kind of travels through Idaho Springs. But in that case, when Idaho Springs annexed that area, they did not annex the road itself. And so that right of way still is in.
That's still
unincorporated
county
Clear
right
Creek
of way in that case. Yeah.
Exactly. So there's multiple scenarios in the state right of way. And but I am not aware that we have any county road like a county road number that's in a town. And if we do it, I would assume it's from an annexation or something.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, like, probably North Empire Road.
I'm thinking North Empire Road, Main Street, which is that continual bar fight going on over that one. Whose responsibility is that road when it's inside the city? Who owns it? And that gets into these funds that have been paid and what's been declared and all of that. So it's complicated. So I think our assertion is that it's not our road within the city limits, but anyway, I am digressing off of our current subject matter.
I have one more. I think this is an important piece of information. I remember it from the 2019 memo. At some point, was it in the mid 1900s or was it earlier than that? The state asked all the counties to sort of assert its road system, which are your county roads. Can you does somebody have knowledge of that to just kind of describe for me and the public what that process looked like? And then the question that I have is, are we still asserting that all of that entire map that we asserted then is in our county road system?
I'll look to Matt because Matt is a wealth of historic knowledge in our road adoptions.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm going to misspeak, but I know or I believe in the 1950s, we first started reporting our state road or our maintained roads to the state as part of the Highway User Tax Fund, HUTF. And so we've got historic maps of what we've maintained going back to 1954. And so those are a lot of the criteria that starting in 2017, when we really decided we needed to update this list and manage it ongoing in a regular basis. We looked at a lot of those historic maps and said, okay, we maintained this road back in 1954 or 1956. Therefore, we felt that it was a county road. So that.
And it remains a county road even if we have discontinued that maintenance. Is that correct?
Correct. And one of you maybe might remember that as a part of that, and part of our discussion was that we had realized that there's a lot of roads that maybe we had previously identified as Forest Service roads. And so that's kind of led to some of the off-highway vehicle use on county roads that maybe previously were thought Forest Service routes. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Way off topic.
Well, no, I just trying to make sure that us and.
We bring that HUTF report in front of you every February.
Yeah. And so when we decide we're taking 1/10 of a mile of road off, that impacts our HUTF allocation.
It certainly does. We have to report any kind of surface changes if we pave a new road or if we remove pavement from a road, which we haven't had to do yet, but
one thing to maybe clarify there is that you probably don't report the non-maintained. You've always only reported on what work you've actually done that year.
correct.
Okay. That is the balance of the questions that public comment inspired in me. What other questions do we have? I'm not hearing any.
Those were informational. They didn't necessarily pertain to these right here. But it's interesting discussion.
Yeah, thank you for indulging. Okay, so I think it's time for the board to discuss, our take on this resolution. I have a couple of policy questions that I'd like us to think about. My mind is, I'm not sure, in 2019, we expanded the road list. What I recall from the memo and the assertion from staff is that it's kind of a categorical positive to declare a road a public road. What I remember is, then we gain regulatory authority over the use of that road, that we can restrict parking, that we can, restrict or choose to allow or to use. What I wasn't aware of at the time is the way that declaring a road public impacts these development patterns and rights of development. And my understanding is that when we declare a road a public road, we kind of change the rules of the game of that the property owners on that road have been operating under. I guess I'll just make sure quickly with staff that I'm not misunderstanding this. I think that's correct.
You are correct. There are some significant impacts to developers on some of these properties, and one that site development administers through the driveway permitting process is we've kind of drawn a line based on our subdivision regulations and our driveway standards that we say when someone wants to permit a driveway that they need to meet their driveway standards up until they connect to a public road. And for the development of a single family residence that's being developed on a lot that's entitled to do so, then they just need to meet the driveway standards up until the public portion of that road. And on the public portion, even if it's at a 25% grade, we don't require that they provide for any improvements on the public portion of the road. And so that's where we see a lot of financial impacts and constructability impacts for these properties is they have to meet those driveway standards up to the public portion. And so by designating something as a public road can have a significant impact in that way.
It actually reduces their development costs.
If we are adopting that as a county road, if
we adopt it as a county road, it reduces their development costs because they no longer have to improve. So you can have an area that's beyond where anyone lives. There's an old road going to it. As an example, it has, a 20% grade. And all they need to do is meet driveway standards for a short distance driveway and place their house next to that road. And where it was previously undeveloped. Is that correct?
That is correct. And their alternative, in a case where that has not been adopted as a county road, they can either improve the road if they have the, ability to do so, both legally and physically. And if not, then they would, in some cases, request a deviation to the driveway standards.
Okay, thank you. And like the road that really like pops into my mind when I think about this is North Empire Road, where we asserted all the way to Fillmore Lake as a county road. And I know kind of historically, there's longstanding, not just in this county, a policy about being cautious about fomenting development in the backcountry on unmaintained roads. A lot of discussion on this board about the impacts of, you get a few houses on an unmaintained road, pretty soon you've got public pressure to expand your maintenance, right? Then you're talking about a tax increase to the public. And so like there are big impacts here to consider. And so I guess, I think I know the answer to this question. I think I have another question for staff, which is, there's criteria that we can use to legally be able to assert that a road is a public road. Does that legally require us to do that? Or can we choose as a matter of policy that this road may meet criteria to be a public road, but we think as a matter of public policy, it should not be? Is that within our purview as a board? Peter?
As long as it's consistent with statute, it would be. There are specifications in statute where something would, by statute, meet the definition of public road. There'd have to be specific facts that would lend support to that. Prescriptive use is one example, but it has to be asserted, and it has to be verifiable.
What is prescriptive use?
Generally using a particular road for 20 years or more.
Okay.
And I would like to just clarify something, because I heard you mention that establishing a road creates a development right. That's what I thought I heard you say, and I need to clarify that.
That's right.
It allows for access, but it does not create a development right. That's regulated completely by zoning and other regulations.
And so I think what you're saying, I'm just going to take an obvious example. If we decided County Road 308, we don't think it's good policy for that to be a county road. That's probably not something that we can legally do.
I don't want to offer an opinion at this time.
Okay, so it's complicated. So given, and all the public comment has made it clear, given that, like, when we change the status quo of a road system, we impact the property owners that are on the public portion and the private portion of the road. Board, I want to make an argument that a more robust public engagement process is necessary. I'm thinking something like our subdivision process, very similar, right? When someone's deciding to subdivide, you've got the people like in the immediate vicinity that are directly impacted. And because of that, we've chosen to reach out individually to property owners and notify them and make sure that they have the opportunity to let us know what they think about that, how that's going to impact their life. I think it's appropriate for us to have a public engagement process similar on this. And I know we've had some public comment here. As a percentage of the number of properties impacted by the decisions here, is it half? I just don't know. I worry that there are people out there who have property on one of these roads that we're suggesting changing that aren't aware of this hearing and haven't had the chance to let us know what they think. Further, I think the board needs maybe more clear legal advice about what it's required to do by law and what it can choose to do as a policy matter. And I think we need some advice about what is good policy here. Maybe good policy is to do robust public engagement and weigh the pros and cons you hear. But rather than try to resolve this now, what I'm motivated to do is table this, maybe ask for a work session on it before we bring back an action session. And that's just my opinion here.
Yeah, okay.
So there's a lot of nuance that I don't understand yet. And as scarce as staff time is, I'd like to learn more before having to make a decision, or I won't make the decision and I'll just pass. I don't feel prepared to move forward with this topic.
That's what I should have said in 2019 and when I had been on the board for a few months.
Well, what I was prepared to say was I don't think that based on the what was presented to us by Peter a moment ago as he corrected what he'd stated earlier was that we shouldn't act on this today because we at least, regardless of whether we have a policy that requires to do it or not, we should at least give a little more time now that folks have had an opportunity to just actually see this so that they can prepare a better comment to us and we can make a decision at a date certain down the road on this case. And then I think that implies almost a precedent of saying that when we're going to start changing roads, we should notify the people on that road in advance and give them adequate notice, directly give them adequate notice to see it. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. We're going to stop maintaining your road, but you're not going to find out about it until you read it in the paper and then the next time it snows. Probably not adequate communication.
So let's discuss, it sounds like we're in agreement that we're not ready to take action today.
Yeah.
I agree.
Let's
I agree with that too.
Yeah. Let's discuss sort of the next steps that we want to ask of staff. One of them, I think, is to give notice to the private of the hearing when we set the date. I think right now this would be one-off direction. I also would like to direct staff to bring us whatever policy document needs to be altered to make it ongoing policy.
And can I just clarify, when you say give notice to private property owners, you're referring to those that would be affected by a change to the existing road system list?
Thank you, yes.
Right.
And I think what that means is private properties that touch or are close to, and I don't know that we need to get more specific, maybe staff can.
Access by or something.
Yeah, staff can just kind of help understand, maybe look at what we do with our subdivision cases and just sort of other existing policy that's similar.
And I use that question specifically, if I were to use Commissioner Houston's example, something that's already established in the road system map that we weren't intending to change, for example, we would not be reaching out, sending notices to those individuals, but people along perhaps Morningstar Trail would be.
And then one other thing pops to my mind here out of today's meeting, which is Peter said he does want to come back and discuss 91-181 at some point in the future, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we won't be notifying the individual property owners affected by that, because that's everybody in the world that might own property in this county that could be affected by that if it's accessed by a road that isn't currently in the county road system. And so everybody should know that at some point in the fill in the blanks future.
At some point, if there is going to be consideration of rescinding 98-181, what I would plan to do, once it was determined that we wanted to bring that type of resolution to public, I would actually provide notice, which is not required by statute in that instance. But I think we would do that just based of what the feedback I'm getting from the board to invite a public hearing in that instance. I think that's what I hear that the board would like, and it makes sense.
I think whether we call it a public hearing or whatever we call it, I just think we need to socialize it well, and it might want to be a work session before any action session. So there's an opportunity for the newspaper to report and for as much accidental dissemination of that information out there, because the mailing address for that one is pretty gigantic.
Yeah. We could do that through social media if we needed to, and other methods. As I would note that clearly word got around in just a matter of a day that there was a belief that
Right.
181 was being rescinded today, so.
Um,
Are there, go. Are there components from the historical access that should be considered as one thinks about road classifications? Or do we keep them distinctly separate?
I think that's a really good question, and certainly one worth exploring during a work session. It is something that the road research team and I have discussed. Generally speaking, we do not incorporate anecdotal information relating the historic use of a road into our criteria process of establishing whether a road should be part of our road system. And the reason being is that it is not something that is generally verifiable. And we put ourselves in a position of making a subjective determination. We view our criteria very objectively based on a number of elements. That's how we do it, and it remains even. I think during a work session, we can flesh that out and staff can determine whether or not that's a workable measure, and indeed, what would the guardrails be in that type of instance.
okay. In addition, I think in that work session, I want to rely on staff to help understand the kind of the policy implications. Assuming that there are conditions under which there's a road we could legally assert as a county road, but may choose not to. Like, if you can just kind of think through, help the board think through, like, what's the public good? What are the public impacts to, various impacted parties, like good and bad, of a private road becoming a county road becoming a private road. It's like, who's impacted and how, and what is the public benefit? I think that would, is that, I realize that's a big question. And I've got thoughts as well, just based on the feedback that I've received since 2019, when we made all of these changes with, I'll just say, inadequate public engagement. Not legally speaking.
And it may not actually fit into this conversation, but I'm concerned about now that the road that I used to treat private is potentially public. And when we do things like go in and maintain the road, or when we replace a culvert, does that mean we have to talk to you guys because it's not our road anymore?
It does. The road and bridge has, there is a policy in place that requires that anyone doing any work in a public right of way obtain a permit from the road and bridge department to replace a culvert or.
Regardless of whether it's a maintained road or not.
That's right.
And
I'd like to be sure we're talking about the same red tail before we get too far into that, because we have.
No, there are at least two in the list. Yeah, I get that. And just sharing that if you haven't told us that we no longer have a road, it's really hard for you to expect us to follow your rules when we try to improve it or maintain it.
I mean, I recently asked this question on behalf of someone in Warren Gulch. It's a county road, not maintained. Can we work on the road? Sure. And what I had to respond to them is, well, I'm not aware of a history of us chasing around Good Samaritans with legal notices, right? Right. I also can't tell you that you can work on this road, right? Like the manual says you got to get a permit. So
if I'm understanding the board direction, what it sounds like is our road research team will reconvene, start analyzing some of these issues that the board is raising. You may have more. No, I mean, right now, I'm just
Doubting it. I'm doubting.
And we'll then evaluate and put together something for a work session to start this discussion. My recommendation would be for the board, in terms of then, if the resolution today is you have a choice. You could make a motion to approve and it would fail. But since none of you intend to do that, you could just table the motion and continue this public hearing. Or you could simply close the public hearing without taking action on the resolution. And when we bring such a resolution back, subsequent to any work session and determination, we would just re-advertise it if need be at that point, as I would anticipate that's going to be months down the road, not necessarily weeks down the road.
I kind of like pushing the issue of re-advertising it.
So if we close the hearing rather than table it, then we re-advertise.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's in the spirit of the reason we're delaying it.
And perhaps we'll do it differently based upon future conversations.
We will do it differently.
Yeah, we'll put it on consent, so there's no discussion. I think it was a joke.
Okay, so I think like, we're talking about notice, we're talking about bringing a policy change just to insert a new notice policy into our written policies. We're talking about a staff recommendation on just like, what's the public good of changing roads from private to public, either direction. And this is more appropriate for executive session, I don't know, but what's the difference between legal obligation, legal opportunity, and good policy? Like, what's the space between those things?
And that's a two-way street too. There may be places that you normally wouldn't, that you could, you can come up, that you would. For example, in this public road, there may be places that you don't have to make it a public road. Could, and other places where you could, but maybe you shouldn't.
Right.
And that can go two directions depending on what you're trying to accomplish. And the impacts on the stakeholders.
Just because I can't stop talking. Now it sounds like I need driveway
Rubbing
permits, mitigate the fire, to reduce fuels if I'm coming off of what is now a public road to access property.
Yeah, so typically, you know, you can access your property. We wouldn't necessarily issue a driveway permit unless you were meeting some driveway standard, but for a logging road or to go in there with minimal disturbance and clear out underbrush and you know, do some tree clearing and stuff. Unless you're clearing and grubbing, you know, a large area, then typically that's permitted and allowed without necessarily formal permit to go in and do fire mitigation measures and stuff like that. We do try to control if we're doing a lot of vegetation removal of the grasses and topsoils there, because then that can lead to kind of sediment transport and things like that.
Sorry, I just needed the therapy.
But if you cross, we do allow here in Clear Creek County for you to camp on undeveloped properties, privately owned undeveloped properties. You can pull your camper on there, you can set up a tent, you can drive your truck across the road ditch, you know, as long as you're not blocking that drainage ditch or something like that, and you can drive across it, you know, that is completely allowable, and there's no rules or laws against that. But when you want to develop a driveway to develop a property is really what we're trying to capture through our driveway permits.
I'm glad we have somebody on this board that lives on an unincorporated county road. Brought a good perspective.
We're gonna do some research on you. On your road.
Anything else? Anything else that we want to ask of staff or say before we close this hearing?
Now, I quit thinking a little bit ago. I was afraid I was gonna outsmart myself.
I think I've done that a few times already.
Is it just so the record's clear, the board will be closing the hearing without taking action on the resolution. The resolution will therefore will fail for no action whatsoever. And should the resolution be brought back in the future, we will properly notice it again. And in the interim, we will have the necessary work sessions and other meetings that are needed.
Does it take a motion to close a public hearing?
No, it does not, because we did not move to open a public hearing either. So no, you're fine. This is all part of the regular session.
It takes a motion to open a public hearing?
No, it doesn't. That's why I'm saying. So we don't need to move to close it either.
Thank you. I'm going to declare this public hearing closed with no action. Thank you, staff. I just want to acknowledge staff. You guys put a lot of work into this. Probably thought that we were going to do this today. Thank you for your work, for your continued work. there is a complicated history of these roads, these mining roads. Some of them were donkey trails, some of them were roads. This is difficult. This is not difficult due to your work. Your work is excellent, and I think the board believes that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Board is going to go on a 20-minute break. We will reconvene at 12:50.
Deadline's not till October first.
Okay. We are back from our break. Next item on the agenda is project update, Clear Creek County Sub-Area Plan for Newmont, Lawson, Downeyville. Amy Saxton.
Mr. Chair, before Amy begins, I did want to make a comment on that. I believe that a survey was done relating to this that Amy may speak to. I just want to caution the board that one of the questions in the survey addressed whether or not the individuals in the DLD area would possibly want to incorporate that into a municipality of some sort. If indeed that even were to pan out, just understand that that decision would come before the board in a quasi judicial hearing to address potential incorporation. I'm not opining on whether or not that's even a possibility that they're doing that, but I wanted to caution the board not to express an opinion one way or the other so as to express any bias as to that in light of the fact that it may come before the board in a future time.
It's quasi judicial.
Yeah, that's quasi judicial nature.
Thank you. Amy?
Thank you, Peter. And thank you, commissioners. Megan, we should have Nancy online and she should join this presentation. Commissioners, I have presented at least one time to you on this project. And today we're going to give you an update on the project and welcome your comments and input as we continue to develop a sub-area plan for the DLD neighborhood. Megan, are you able to share that presentation? And Nancy is online? Yep. Great. Okay. So we're going to walk through this presentation to provide you with the update on this plan. You can go to the next slide. So I wanted to start by going over the process of this project so far. We started the project and met with you in April on this project. We formed a couple of different groups to engage the community. One was a group that we called the Steering Committee, which was a more active group of stakeholders. It was a public group. Anybody could join that group. And we started by meeting with that group. We had public meetings as well. There was a slight distinction between those groups. The steering committees had a little bit more, they were a little bit more of a working group. They met weekly and we asked a little bit more of them in terms of participation. And at the beginning phase, this project launch phase, we also published a survey called the Tell Us About DLD survey. And from that phase of the project, we identified the 4 main topics that were technically 5 main topics that we ended up using as the structure and format, structure and content of our project from that point on. The next phase was doing some more deep exploration of those 5 topics, working primarily with the steering committee and also with an additional survey called Create Priorities for the Future. And that survey, the results of that survey you have in your packet. And one of the questions on that survey was the one Peter just mentioned, but there were several others as well. And using that, those 3 steering committee meetings and an additional public meeting, we started to develop, I guess the public meeting was in the next phase, apologize. We started to develop some drafts of the community goals and action plans that would form the basis of the main meat of the sub-area plan that we are working on developing. We are now in the 3rd phase of the project, which is where we are reviewing those community goals and action plans. And we're taking 4 steps to do that review. First, the steering committee met and reviewed those community goals, draft community goals and draft action plans. We had a public meeting to review those draft elements. We also presented those to the Planning Commission, all of which have taken a moment to discuss those. And apologies for the "you are here" being in the wrong place. "You are here" should be pointing at the August 6th BOCC review, which is where we are today. And so today we're asking for your input on draft goals and action plans. And the next steps are in the the next steps are outlined in that last phase, which is where we will draft the full report and re-engage the public to review that full document. We will do that with a series of virtual meetings so that the public will have a little bit more ease of interacting with that draft document. And then the planning commission will review that report for adoption, and then it'll come back to you as scheduled on this slide.
So you are here is in the wrong.
You are here is in the wrong place, yes.
Catch me up on
Oh my
the
God, it's
composition of
already
the-
August 22nd.
I know, yes.
Can you catch me up on the composition of the steering committee? I don't need to know who they are, but what kind of people were invited?
There were staff members that were part of it and a variety of community members. Started with a core group and then it was open to the public. And it really, the amount, there was a core group that attended regularly, but it rotated and anybody could attend who wished to participate at that level. So this slide just reminds you of the 4 projects, the 4 key topics that were identified in the project launch phase: housing, water, transportation, which included pedestrian safety, and a 4th topic, which is actually 2 topics that we called community voice, which was divided into community aesthetics and community governance. And aesthetics included topics like maintenance and the kind of look and feel of the neighborhood, just what it felt like in that community. Then just to give you an overview of the structure of the sub-area report, it says final report there, but technically this is the sub-area plan review. And this is the outline. We showed you a different version of this in April as what we thought the outline might look like. This is an updated version. We have an introduction and the existing conditions and the market context sections are really the material that we presented to you and to the other stakeholder groups, the steering committee, and at the public meeting is just a lot of data and research and community context that the consultant team put together, and that will appear in the sub-area plan as well. And then for the 5 topics, we will explore them more fully in the sub-area plan. We'll talk about the process related to that topic. We'll talk and the context and review the insights that came out of that topic and the community goals and action plan for each topic. At the end, we'll have some wrap up of the report that includes in it some implementation strategies and some future study areas that are recommended. So we're going to start with reviewing the housing goals and action plan, and I'm going to have Nancy share the couple of sections here. Nancy, are you out there?
I'm out here. Hi, Amy. Hi, commissioners. I'm glad you can hear me because I can't get my video on without restarting my computer. So you're gonna have to pay attention to the on-screen info. And
very good. Thank you, Nancy.
So what we're going to go over here now is a little bit of the key insights that we've learned from the public meetings, from the stakeholders, from the surveys, which we've had multiples of all of those. So with housing, we really found that there was not very strong support to add additional housing or adding really of any type in the area. There was very, very strong support for additional policy interventions, especially strengthening the short-term rental protections, adding resources like a housing authority, or otherwise guiding development towards single-family homes as opposed to higher density multifamily. And there's multiple reasons for that. I think we'll get into some of them in a few of the other sections. Most people did recognize that more housing was needed, however, but all of those said that if any new housing is built in the area, it should really be focused on affordable and for local residents. There were some that don't think housing's an issue at all, or not a priority. But for those that did say housing was a priority, absolutely affordable housing was the key to the area. And the strongest supported county policies were to further regulate short-term rentals and keep any new housing single family in nature. So from that, we came up with a few community goals. These have been vetted in one public meeting at this point, and have been available online also. The top goal being that affordability and the quality of housing are the strongest housing priorities for the area. And another goal might be that every resident should have access to safe, decent, and affordable housing. Another goal is that any efforts towards housing should maintain the DLD community values, that housing should build community, additional housing should build community by providing types of housing for all residents and workers, including first-time home buyers, families, young people, and elders. What's clearly left out of that, if you didn't notice, is second homeowners, who are not a priority for this community. And then support and prioritize that local residents' needs, for sure.
Great. All right,
And then
thank you,
Amy, you're gonna, do
Yes,
that.
yeah. Thank you, Nancy. And so based on those goals and priorities among the community, we identified a couple of what we're calling our draft action plan. And so it's a little bit redundant, but we're trying to frame those things as actions. So we want to prioritize local residents. So we want to take steps like if additional housing is approved, that we make sure that those projects are affordable and that there's mechanisms to serve local residents or workers versus second homeowners. We also want to utilize voluntary mechanisms in those projects or incentives to limit resale prices or rental rates. We talked about things like deed restrictions, use those types of mechanisms to protect housing cost increases, covenants, other policies like that. We wouldn't want to limit ourselves to just one because they may apply in different circumstances, but use that. So we want to take action at the point of development review and use structures or legal mechanisms that are associated with the property to protect price in a permanent way.
Quick question. When you get into these town halls, are you expecting to ask new questions or solicit responses to this document?
The ones going forward, it would be, well, we've already solicited responses to this material. So the BOCC is the last stop in reviewing the draft action plans and draft goals.
Okay, so there's like a couple of more listening sessions before it goes to the planning commission. Those are going to be, here's the plan. What do you think?
Yeah, so what our next step would be is based on, so what we're trying to do now is confirm all the components, basically to confirm the elements of this sub area plan by doing it sort of in an outline. And this outline is by reviewing the community goals in the action plan for each of the 5 main key topic areas. That is really that's the opportunity to sort of really look at the most important assertions and proposals within this plan, is that to talk about the outcomes of the process so far, the community goals that were identified throughout this project, and our proposed responses to those conclusions and to what we heard from the community. And the action plans, the actions that we're proposing are sort of the meat of what this project is concluding. And so I think the action plan is probably the thing to focus on. So this one is saying we want to take action at the point of review and then to start really figuring out some mechanisms to protect costs for the people in this community. we're not asserting the specifics of what those might be yet, because that is not the role of a sub-area plan. So that's one. And then the other two elements related to housing are to focus on rehabilitation and improvement of existing housing. This is in a lot of ways not rocket science, but this is aligning with what we heard from people. And so we want to try to take action to connect residents with programs that can help them access resources to rehabilitate and improve quality of their existing home is a primary part of this action item. Third is one thing we heard over and over again is that there are a whole group of issues that are unique to the DLD community. And I think this applies to it's not unique to DLD, but there are concentrated issues in this community that we want to figure out how to identify those and incorporate them into the review process. We're going to talk about water next, but water is an example of a topic that we couldn't have a discussion on any topic with this group, as Jody would attest to, that where water did not come up. Water was a very big concern of everyone in this community. And so figuring out how to incorporate that concern, like it says here in this bullet, which is prompting me in what I'm planning to say here, but issues related to development that are unique to DLD should be identified, and we should figure out how to incorporate that into the development review process. How do we make sure we're reducing adverse effects on existing limited water resources? Protecting existing wells. All of these are things that we need to incorporate into the housing action plan. Okay, so water. Nancy's going to go over the key insights. Nancy.
Thanks, Amy. And I think Amy just previewed this. Water, the access to water, what is the key limiting factor for development in the area, and the key concern from residents, given that everybody is dependent on private wells in that area. Just some background on that. Although almost half reported great water, no complaints, then we get a strong sector that 35% were saying they have some concerns with quality, and then 20% reporting poor quality or quantity. Some of them blaming that on nearby development or changes in development. And most people value the freedom of that private well and independence, many of them worry about what would be the result or cost burden on them if that well became problematic. So goals with water, definitely we felt that the community felt that they needed additional information sources, availability on water quality, water rights, wells, other resources, that it should be widely available, that they felt that sometimes neighbors that might report problems with their well, it might be a lack of maintenance or a lack of understanding on how to treat your well, and how to know what the quality is with testing. And then a second goal would be, as Amy was saying, that water supply should be considered, it already is, but it should be a key criterion in assessing new development. And I think the action plan shows, and some of our research shows, gives some ideas on how that could be improved a little bit in the county's review process.
So a couple of the action plans that we came up with is to develop a DLD focused community resource for water information and access, like a clearinghouse, support and resources to assist landowners in interpreting well test results, information packets for homeowners about best practices for maintaining wells. There's no public utility for wells, right? And it does create a lack of cohesive, unified information to help support that as a resource. Next slide. And then identify water-related factors or steps in DLD that should inform future planning and development. Water is very difficult to figure out how to use water information to inform development. The water is held in a fractured rock system. It's basically in a bunch of pockets of rock pockets, that wells dip into, and it's very difficult to predict how deep you're going to have to go. It's difficult to predict whether you and your neighbor are dipped into the same pocket of water. It's difficult to predict how development is going to influence impact a neighborhood or your neighbor. But we do need to figure out some way to evaluate how effective the current measures to protect and predict that are, and if there's anything else we should or could be doing. And with the density of wells in this community and the pressures on development and the community, it's something that we need to figure out an answer for. And the consultant team has a larger comprehensive set of recommendations that are available. Transportation, Nancy.
Okay, not surprisingly, with this community that's bifurcated by I-70, I-70 really dominates. Noise impacts 90% of the community, with 70% saying they can hear I-70 inside their home. Big impact. 99% of residents reported traffic impacts on mobility, saying that happens, on a daily basis for most of them. 22% said less than monthly they were impacted by I-70 traffic. Mobility, truck parking in the area, and traffic impacts really overall impact the feel of the community. Road maintenance came up. Potholes is a big issue. And as second, really only to water as the primary concern of community members. And we've got some ideas on that. Another one, so given a couple of factors that I-70 really bifurcates the community, that we found that the DLD area really has one of the highest percentages of people that walk to work. But also there aren't really any safe pedestrian crossings on I-70. The bridges that go over don't have good sidewalks, and there's a lot of concern about that. Other discussions about sidewalks and lighting along the frontage roads often came up, although there was some reluctance to recommend sidewalks in areas where concern for the cost of maintenance of those. Finding solutions for noise and safety at the intersection, Downeyville intersection, were identified as a top concern. And then there was a strong support for some form of, I don't know if we might call it fixing I-70, but passenger rail, anything. They were mixed about increased enforcement, but anything that could lessen that impact and the amount of traffic on I-70. So community goals really come from that very obviously. Whatever can be done to reduce negative impacts from I-70, sound walls and things were brought up. Pedestrian safety and road maintenance are the top priorities. And that road maintenance comes up again and again to improve it. And some people expressed that there were concerns that lack of understanding of who needs to maintain what. So what is CDOT's responsibility? What's the county? And what are private neighborhood roads that need maintenance? So I think we got to some actions that would address that.
So the actions we came up with are finding grants or other resources to pursue transportation infrastructure, things like noise walls, sidewalks, safe separate bike and pedestrian facilities, speed bumps, and traffic control. All of these are high ticket items, but looking for them, trying to make game plans and strategies to develop these resources and protect this community from some of the impacts that the municipalities are better able to find and access and develop. With 500 people living in this community, it warrants some attention. And so that is a priority that we identified as an action for this plan. And then related is engage in planning and coordination to develop agreements with some relevant partners, CDOT being one of them, and really nailing down and working out the details of the maintenance, not only who's responsible for the roadway maintenance. That came up just in the road conversation about who's responsible for maintaining County Road 308, but who's responsible for the shoulders and what is the actual footprint of maintenance, and getting into the nitty gritty on that kind of thing. I think that's going to be very important for effectively solving these transportation problems. Community aesthetics and the community goals and action plan related to community aesthetics. Nancy.
I think we can do this one pretty quickly. What was most important is maintenance and safety. They were really looking for basic upgrades, maintenance of the existing roads. Lighting got brought up sometimes. Really, there was sort of mixed opinions on, do we need more of a community feel? I think people liked the concept of welcome, signs and entry features, etc. But nobody were really, I think everyone's concerns were the cost of that and the lack of a group to keep that up. That's it. So the goals: make sure that basic maintenance takes place, take care of what they have. Safety was very much prioritized, remembering that the safe pedestrian and cyclist, given the fact that there's less motor dependent folks in this area than in the rest of the county. And then another goal that any improvements that are made should include sustainable maintenance and support resources, and should be in keeping with community values. So some of the improvements that people support, like park sidewalks, are there, but most again are worried about it not looking like an urban area. They live there because it's rural in nature. And then again, they're skeptical about who would maintain, given that there's no government structure in place.
That was a very strong sentiment, was the importance of who would maintain things. So the goals are to, could we go to the next slide? Sorry. To develop a sustainable system, whatever we do, it needs to be sustainable. And then I think probably the most important, or one of the most notable goals here, would be to develop a long-term vision for the neighborhood. So if resources do become available, we have a community informed vision in place that can allow that to move forward and be community informed. So governance is the last topic, and Nancy, we can talk about community insights on that.
Yeah, and again, this is an area where it's mixed, but we sort of led up to it. Now, right now, they're unincorporated community, and you are their elected officials. There was lots of discussion about adequate notice for future development proposals. Some people felt like they were not well informed on some recent development that occurred in the area. There's a lot of support for a volunteer or an informal council that would have regular communication with the BOCC. They would, most people supported having the county commissioners hold some regular sort of listening sessions at our town hall type meetings in the DLD area. Mostly, I think it does say the broadest support was they want to be informed about development projects, and also make sure that they're heard. There's limited support for community meeting space in DLD, but really strong support for this sort of informal council that could communicate with the BOCC. And I think communicate is a strong word there. They want to be able to be heard, and they want to know that you guys are listening when they are able to comment to you. Otherwise, just building trust and understanding between the residents and county officials. Okay, so we've boiled that into a couple of goals of creating reliable ways for the residents to receive information. Also the second goal then would be to create systems and platforms for the community to be heard. So they want to hear from you and from the county, and they want to know that they're being heard in return. I think that's.
Yep. Thank you, Nancy. So we boiled that into some actions like identifying opportunities to add specificity to public information protocols for the DLD community regarding development projects that take into account their community, locations like the post office, things that are habits that community has that can help make sure that their community gets the information they need. Now, and this is something that we could adopt for all communities with adding the specificity that is customized for what that community needs. And then establish systems and structures for the BOCC to hear from the DL community. So establishing a cadence or location for regular contact between the DLD community and county officials. And then providing resources to the community to support establishing local community leadership structures. The community was inclined to informal groups, but that still, to make that an effective platform for them to gather opinions and convey those opinions and express them in a reliable, repetitive, replicable manner would still benefit from some support or some ability to make sure that's recognized and can be heard in a consistent way. So those are the three things we recommended there. And that covers our 5 topics. Thank you for your attention during that. Our next steps, as I mentioned before, are to publish this draft report. We would, incorporate feedback here as we've incorporated feedback from the survey and the public meeting and the steering committee meeting and the planning commission, and then put that into a full actual narrative document for further review and engagement. And according to this, based on this schedule. And I think it's actually October 1st. I'm sorry for the October 6th thing. So, comments?
Questions? Comments? I mean, there's a lot of stuff. This is there's a lot of good thought goes into many people. I can see that it's kind of entry level into the complexities of the matters the comments are coming in on, but it really helps us understand their priorities. Examples are, priorities to not be adding a lot of new housing, but if you do add new housing, it needs to be affordable, but it also needs to be single family. And those are some of those are, they're conflicting.
Yes.
It's difficult to do both of those things, because single-family resident housing, for example, is not usually conducive to affordability. And there are some models that can provide that, but obviously, what they have done is identified what this has done, the survey and your work and what the community members that have engaged, dug in on this, has done is identified a lot of things so we know where the challenges are and can, I think, you know, find the solutions as well as possible, resolve the tensions between the different thoughts, you know, the different priorities and of course, then what's doable too.
Sure, I can go. So after listening as well as reading the packet, it seems like we've got about 500 people that really want to control their built environment, but they don't have an appetite for local government. Kind of like chocolate and vanilla. I'm just curious what, if anybody's aware of any models that have been successful where a county government helped a small community like that didn't want government, but they wanted to have control of their built environment.
Nancy, I'll see if you have any answers to that.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't say though we heard a whole lot of control. They just sort of want to feel like they're heard. We did give them a little class on the different levels of government control, from having a nonprofit corporation set up, like a neighborhood business, all the way through incorporation. So that's why you heard about that question being asked. Not really support for incorporation, and the logistics of that are super tough. So I don't think you're going to see that come in front of you anytime soon. So really, I think what we heard strongest was some kind of a neighborhood council that's probably voluntary in nature at this point, that would help give them that voice that they're asking for. And as far as models, you know, there's a lot of communities that just have a neighborhood group. You could look next door to Summit County that used to have their planning district set up. I suppose you could look to something like that as a model, where the people felt like they were better heard when they had their own small sort of planning commission. It's a lot of government process though, so I hesitate to recommend that, but it's a model you could look to.
Thank you.
We do want to expand on the conversation of what different options there are, both for adding resources to the community and to adding platforms and mechanisms for giving a voice to this community. I mean, I think that we got engagement. We didn't get, you know, massive engagement throughout this project. I think there is interest, and I think input and protection from change that they don't know about, or they don't know what's coming, and they don't have a chance to weigh in, and that that they feel like their community values rug gets pulled out from under them, seemed like one of the things that I heard over and over again. And I would also say there was a lot of skepticism and mistrust, that because there were several public processes that the county initiated but did not fully wrap up and close the loop on. So that ended up making them feel like the county had an agenda that wasn't shared or conveyed, and so there was some work to do to help sort of explain where this project fit in those previous projects, and help restore the relationship between the county and that community to some extent, and So part of this project did that work a little bit. So I think, and the most important thing is that whatever we do, we continue to maintain and build the relationship with this community and take the plans around developing and hearing from this community and continuing to invest at least time and capacity and identifying projects to find funding for and to initiate and support this community. It is an important population center, and there are a lot of people here, and they deserve and need support. And this community happens to experience a lot of the negative parts of Clear Creek County by proximity to I-70, and they have a lot of those negative impacts that are impacting them in lots of ways. And there's just it's just difficult for them to gain the agency and the recognition to stay present in the way we walk around. One other thing I just want to say was a key takeaway for me is the impact of the water supply for this community. I think when I walked into this project, I thought that there would be more opportunities for development potential, that we could identify options and ways to include lifting up this community with development. And but the education I got about water supply and how it works, and the unknowableness of the impacts of development on water supply to neighbors and neighborhoods changed my thinking on how we needed to approach development in this area. It doesn't mean it can't be done, but we would need, in my view, we need to look into that a little bit more deeply and understand how we think about water resources in this community in particular, because it's so densely populated and the wells are in such close proximity to each other. So I think as we move forward, that'll be an important thing for us to consider as a planning team as we look at how we look at development review in this area.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of impacts. You said it right. This is a community that's under a lot of pressure, and it's uniquely dense relative to other incorporated areas. On the one hand, I see in this report a lot of like pretty actionable stuff that I support, and getting it done is about the broader project of just building an effective government, right? You want to see changes to our development review processes. So do I, you know. It was, I think, 2019, 2020 when I first said, hey, we should have a broader area that we notify people about development, development review things. So there's a lot of stuff like that that's just like, yeah, let's get to that. And then there's some stuff that I struggle to interpret the signal on, and this is on the more controversial stuff. And when I look at the survey results on some of the controversial stuff, I see, I don't want to say, I can't think of another word. I don't want to imply that there's acrimony, but I see divided opinion.
Acrimony.
Well, I don't know that there's acrimony among neighbors, right? There's definitely a lot of upset at the performance of their county government in the comments. I just see divided opinion. I see, like one of the housing questions, you've got 27 people saying between no, don't do anything, or I don't think I would support anything, and 30 saying, yes, I support something, right? That's a very evenly divided response.
Yep.
And so I think some work to build some kind of civic institutions, a civic process to try to resolve some of that.
Yeah.
Could be really helpful. I mean, I look at the pedestrian facility priorities, I see sidewalks to connect local residents to jobs is the top rank. Right next is to build a greenway trail. And at the bottom is convenient and safe pedestrian crossings across I-70.
There's some conflict
And,
there.
and there's, maybe it's a little bit in the way that it was written that there's some conflict there.
Yeah.
But the other thing I just have to observe is the range of the ranks is from 2.25 to 2.71. So like, that's really close.
Yeah.
Right? Like there is not a lot of agreement within the community about what these priorities should be. And so like, as an elected official, I feel like I could use some better direction.
Okay.
And I'm not like, that's not a comment on this
Yeah.
process. It's just kind of my immediate reaction to this.
Yeah.
That's one, oh, sorry, go
Go
ahead. I was gonna say, that's one way to interpret some of the numbers on the statistics on the responses. The other one could be that maybe they don't disagree so terribly. I mean, we can see a couple of them like that, where there's 27 over here and 30 over there, but it means that they're kind of divided and they're picking the one that's the best to them, but maybe it's because they're all important too. They see them all.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, on the priorities, maybe they see them all.
Yeah.
So, I mean, those are just some of my, but I'm gonna try to stop with like because let's get a final report and then we'll try to figure out like
Mhm.
how the board should
Yeah.
respond and how
Yeah.
the board would prioritize some of these potential steps.
I think it's really good. Happy with what I'm seeing here, and I'm glad that we're moving down this path because it's been an important thing, a long time to get done.
Great.
Yeah, a question I have is like, and this is a question of the board, does the board want to be present for those listening sessions? I have avoided engaging in like the sub-area planning process meetings. I think the community should have the space to, think for itself without me trying to interject or, But at this point, it might be helpful for me to be there and hear the feedback on the draft. And I wonder if either of you agree that maybe we should post those and have the board be present.
One of them I can't make, September the 4th. And I do agree that what we've done, I know I was kind of torn. I was very interested in going, but I kind of thought it through and decided I would love them to be unfiltered. I want the unvarnished truth, and it all changes when we walk in the room. So, and either it can happen and it can change different ways. People can sometimes be more reluctant to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Or it can turn out that they focus on us instead of on the material they need to work on. And a few people can swallow all the time in a room in a hurry if they feel like they've got a venting target or something like that, and I don't mind the venting. I'm glad to hear it and learn from that, except that I don't think you get as much comprehensive feedback in that environment.
I can just offer that for the 4 public meetings that we are planning, they will be virtual and recorded. So,
A virtual public meeting.
because since they're a written document, we just felt it would be better to do those virtually so people could interact with the document through that format. So those will be 4 scheduled virtual meetings, one in the afternoon and one in the evening on each day. And so, I have no idea what sort of attendance we will get for those, but that's the plan.
The past ones are on YouTube if you're interested.
Yeah. The past steering committee meetings, the public meetings have not had a virtual option.
Because of lack of internet access to facilities.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm happy to see this. I'm cognizant of some necessary expectation management. If the board is gonna adopt this plan, and I'm a little curious about that, because I don't think we ever adopted the 2016 master plan. I think the advice we were under at the time was not to. And it was some kind of, it's gonna box in your land use decision making or something.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that, so.
I mean, nonetheless, I plan to support the plan. And there's some expectation management around, just what this county government can get done. The most obvious one is the $20 billion train. Like, I love that idea. We've been talking about that idea since I can remember.
Right.
And it's a $20 billion project. So anyway, I think those are all my comments for now. I'm really happy to have this interim check-in. I feel like the report does a good job of cautiously summarizing some of these areas where there's just not clear signals, right? There's just mixed opinion in the public, and that's normal.
Yeah, yep. Great,
Look forward to seeing the report.
very good. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Did we just accept the master plan? We didn't actually like.
We never adopted it. We just heard a presentation on it. And this is what Bob told me. And I was like, should we adopt this thing? Why don't we adopt this?
Okay.
How this
I'm
works.
just
And he's
looking
like,
back
"No, BOCC
here.
it."
Stuff.
Take a 2-minute break to regroup, or is everybody good to go right into this?
I'm gonna make
I
coffee.
mean, unless, you want to take a break?
Just gonna make.
No, I just want to make sure
Okay, I'll drink a cup of
Al had snacks and constant.
that. Or do we feel like we need a break?
I can do whatever. I'm good. I guess that means I don't have to have one translated.
Not hearing anyone jump up and down.
Okay, cool.
Okay, next up. Work session to discuss the 2024 compensation analysis plan. Carolyn Fortune. Thank you, Carolyn. I'm excited for this one.
Oh, good. I am too, actually. But I am also incredibly anxious and nervous because it is an emotionally charged topic and one that I want to get right. I believe staff want us to get right. And it's nuanced, obviously. There's lots of different opinions on how to do this, but I am going to present to you the 2024 compensation analysis plan. And I wanted to start though by, I don't want it to seem like I'm buttering up the board, but I do want to say, Chair, when you went and did your interview with Kago, you said some things, I took notes and I wanted to repeat them during this presentation because I felt like I couldn't say it better. It was such a great way to articulate the purpose of why I'm even coming before you today and presenting this plan. You said we wanted to create a high expectation environment with a higher level of accountability. And in order to do that, we need to invest in excellence. And you said, invest in solving these problems in a healthy way rather than throwing money at the problem. And we do have issues in this community. We have issues in the county that need to be addressed. And I don't want this to seem like I'm recommending throwing money at these issues because that's not what this is. This is a strategic plan to give us the option to actually invest in the excellence that we're asking from our staff. It's a plan that has a reason and a meaning and a purpose, and it potentially could come with a hefty price tag. And so that's why I'm saying that out front is that we're not just throwing money at a problem. This is something that we believe will work. It's been rolled out to the leadership team. We've had many discussions about it, and I invite your feedback throughout this presentation rather than just kind of waiting till the end. I'm going to kind of stop and ask for questions throughout, just because I want to take as many notes as possible to make sure that we do get this right.
Thank you. And just to clarify, paying people what they're worth is not throwing money at a problem.
No,
I think
not at
I
all.
was referring to a practice that has been in this organization that we've found at times where if we have an interpersonal conflict, we just sort of pay for somebody to have their
Not deal with it.
person to have their own empire rather than resolve that problem.
Right. Yes, exactly. So for this work session today, the discussion points are our compensation philosophy. I'm going to go over our compensation strategy, the suggestions for market pricing and salary structures, the changes that will need to be made for policies and process, and then a communication plan. So first, to start with our compensation philosophy, which is the backbone of our compensation plan. The purpose of this is very simple, to attract, retain, and motivate a committed, diverse, talented workforce that is dedicated to delivering high-quality public services. We want to be fair and transparent. We want to be equitable in the compensation based on not just the organization's needs, but also on the individual performance and skills and responsibilities of each staff member. Zero tolerance for discrimination, what goes without saying. Equal pay for equal work is just ensuring that we have this fair administration of pay, meaning we're not just complying with equal pay laws, but we're doing the right thing and we're explaining to people why we're doing what we're doing, which I'm going to get into the compensation or the communication plan in a little bit. So for the compensation strategy, ensuring fairness, transparency, and competitiveness was the point of putting together this strategy, and we were seeking to answer 3 key questions. The first question is, what talent markets do we intend to use for comparison to our organization during this comp analysis? The second question is, how competitive do we plan to be relative to our talent markets? And the third question is, what do we want to reward with our compensation dollars? So looking at the first question in our compensation strategy, what talent markets do we intend to use for comparison to our organization? The first thing that I want to highlight is the market benchmarking. So what the staff is recommending for this year's compensation analysis is to utilize relevant labor market salary information, focusing on comparable public and private sector employers within Colorado and nationally as applicable. For example, we're looking for a finance director right now, and that is a position that when we're looking at which markets do we want to look at for a comp analysis for that plan, it makes sense for that to be a nationwide market, because this is a nationwide search. I think 50% of the respondents that we got from our initial recruitment was not from Colorado, because when we're looking for a very specific set of skills, we're going to have to broaden our search. So that's just one example of utilizing different talent markets. We also are going to compare organization size, industry, and location. So benchmarking will be sourced from Pay Factors pay markets to ensure accurate and competitive data. Pay Factors is the software that was purchased in 2024 in order to complete this compensation analysis. Within Pay Factors, there are several different data sources that we've purchased that give us the ability to search in many different areas. They have over 1.5 billion data points, 5,500 unique benchmark jobs, 250 industries, 28 organization size groupings, and over 30,000 geographic locations for us to filter and choose from. So pay markets will be set up to represent how and with whom we are competing for talent. So this leads to this position-specific analysis part of our compensation strategy, which is to benchmark jobs that are using relevant market data rather than a uniform approach to all positions. So you may remember in 2022, when this is brought before the board, that 7 jurisdictions were chosen, and those were there were 4 cities and 3 counties, and 5 cities and 2 counties. So what we have found is that not all of our positions, all of the positions we have within the organization can be found in those 7 jurisdictions. It was limiting us the way that when this was presented, Employers Council was perceived to be limiting us because of the limited amount of scope that we had to choose from for pay markets. So the recommendation is that we're broadening our pay markets and making them more specific to the job, which is called a segmented workforce approach. It gives us the ability to use a strategy that covers multiple markets for multiple jobs to be able to create or provide data that represents the diverse needs of our workforce. For example, a administrative assistant position probably isn't going to have the same needs for a pay market as a finance director would. So it's positioning ourselves to be able to get the most relevant data that's comparable to what we're trying to look at in the job descriptions. We all are also going to be reviewing each job description and ensuring that those are up to date before we actually take this data out to the system and plug it into these markets that are going to be chosen in relationship with. I will be meeting with all of our division directors to ensure that the pay markets that we're setting up for each of the positions that they supervise are agreed upon and understood, and that they can communicate and explain to their staff why these were chosen as well. Any questions about the talent markets that we're going to be using?
You mentioned, I'm sorry, you mentioned an organization that a lot of local governments get data from, and I can't remember the name of it anymore.
Employers Council?
Employers Council, yeah. Can you just describe who they are, what they do?
They are an organization that represents at least 5 mountain states, various municipalities and counties within those mountain states. They used to be called Mountain States Employers Council. So we have used them for guidance for review of job classifications. And we believe that although they can be a useful resource, it's more beneficial to be able to select exactly the parties and, in this case, the type of software we want to use to arrive at a proper decision. Employers Council, their data is limited to the responses that they receive from their clients. And so I believe this direction that HR is taking us in is much preferable.
Yeah, it's why we went the direction we went last year. And now we're taking an even step further down the road of improving that data with what Carol Ann's suggesting.
Okay. This is the first time I'm seeing a government be recommended to take an approach like this. Not like I track what all the other governments do, but I think generally we have a pretty similar process. Is this, and I know that you came from private industry. Does this reflect best practice in what you're used to in private industry?
Absolutely. I will tell you too that in working with pay factors, we put an RFP out there and we looked at a lot of different options. And one of the reasons that we chose pay factors was because they do contract with a lot of local cities and counties, and they are giving them the data, and counties and cities are using them to do their comp analysis too. So it's not like we're, setting a trend here that no one's ever done before, breaking ground in a place that no one's ever prevailed. We're doing things that have been successfully done in other counties and cities, even in Colorado. So they also, that's where they get a lot of their, not a lot, but a portion of their data is from, for example, we're putting all of our data currently in the system. We'll do our comp analysis, and then that will get refreshed, and that becomes part of their database. So all of the people that are using them are putting that in, but then they're also contracted to pay for other sources to that are HR reported data. So they're, the widest breadth that I could find of data that we could use to narrow down what makes the most sense for our jobs and the pay markets we need to compare them to.
Thank you.
Question? Okay, so the second question in our compensation strategy is how competitive do we plan to be relative to our talent markets? So for this, we're going to talk about range, spread, and benchmarking. So the pay range, as you know, is just the upper and lower limits of a compensation, including minimum, midpoint, and max. We're not changing anything there. For the range spread, we're not recommending any changes there. We're still going to use an inverted pyramid approach, which basically gradually increases the more senior the position, the spread of that pay range. A suggested change, though, is to budget up to 75% of the range for each position. This gives our hiring managers more flexibility when it comes to vacant positions to be able to make offers that are appropriate within the range, which we're going to talk about range penetration here in just a few minutes.
What are we currently budgeting for?
The minimum.
10%. I can confirm that yesterday. So right now we're budgeting up to 10% from the bottom. In addition to that, we also budget a average of the number of folks in the department who are on our health insurance. So the budget has both of those built in. So this is going to be an ongoing conversation as we bring the budget to you, how far into the range we actually need to budget. It's one of the things that we're having an ongoing conversation about.
Okay, because that's one of those things that on paper can make the budget.
It seems like it would, but considering the number of vacancies we have, and hopefully if this is successful, we'll have less vacancies and lower turnover. I personally, not being a budget professional person who does that every day, I don't think it's going to impact the budget in such a way that it's going to blast us into the stratosphere. I think it will be higher, sure, because every vacancy that we have, if we're only budgeting to minimum plus 10%, but it's incremental when you compare it to the budget as a whole. I don't think it'll be so drastic but the flexibility it will offer our hiring managers and the culture shift it could potentially create in the way we communicate to new hires, the value that we see that they're going to bring to our organization and our high expectations of excellence in those professionals, is worth the extra pad on the budget. Because in my opinion, I would rather be realistic about what we need to operate as a county to provide the services that we need than to try to make the budget look smaller when really the needs are that we need to be able to pay people what they are worth in order to run the county the way that it needs to be run to provide services at the level that people expect them.
I think it gives us the ability to fill positions, actually fill the positions, build morale and improve performance.
Absolutely.
All of which are high priorities for us right now.
Absolutely.
And I think that without, you're gonna have to be competitive to attract, compete, and also to achieve the goal for me of trying to pay a living wage.
Yeah. It's getting harder and harder to do. So the recommendation is to continue to benchmark to the range midpoint as we've done in the past, which leads us to how competitive do we want to be? We have the option or the decision to either lead, meet, or lag the market. As you may recall, in 2022, the decision was made to lag. We only funded by 50% of the results of the compensation analysis. Our budget was in a much different state at that time. Staff is recommending that we lead by 2%. In order to attract and retain top talent and to attempt, just like Randy just said, to keep up with a rapidly changing compensation market and cost of living. This approach is one of the, I know it's a tall ask because we are still in a period of budget concern and focus, but I highly believe that investing in people is how we're going to get out of this problem. And so by leading, we are making up for the fact that we do live in a high cost of living area. We do have a very tight labor market right now, and we do have high turnover. And that's something that in government is actually, government usually trends much lower than the national and even the state averages, because government jobs are usually jobs that people want to stay in because they're good jobs. So, we have some course corrections to make here. And this is one of the recommendations that we're making, is that we benchmark to the mid plus 2%.
I want to add one more thing there. I want to be clear too that you concur with our staff recommendation only to fund it halfway. So we were all in agreement back then. It's like we're hoping we're going to be in agreement here too, but we came to you and said, can we really afford this? So.
Yeah, and this conversation is good to have without numbers first.
Exactly.
And then when we get hit with, it might be a different conversation slightly.
Well, yeah, but we've got to aspire to what makes sense and then see where, sometimes you have to do it and see where it falls and reconsider.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. So the final question is, what do we want to reward with our compensation dollars? For this, we're going to talk about grade-based range and step plans. And we're not recommending a change here. We're going to employ a combination of step plans and grade-based range pay plans, which the step plans are really primarily for the sheriff's department, for the patrol and the detentions. And then everyone else in the organization would follow grade-based range plan. So these structures will continue to be reviewed and updated biannually every 2 years to ensure competitiveness within the market. However, based on comments that I've heard from several of you, that this needs to be updated more frequently, and I agree with that. However, I have to be realistic about the capacity of the HR team to do that work on a regular basis. So a kind of meet in the middle approach that I'm recommending is that when each position becomes vacant, that HR will do a compensation analysis at that time for that position. And so we are advertising at the most up-to-date compensation rate for that position, but also we will review all current staff in that position in order to combat compression using a range penetration approach. So talking about compression, of course, we know that that's when a new hire is paid at the same rate or higher than employees that have more seniority and have been in that job. And range penetration simply speaks to how far does an employee penetrate within the compensation range. And this approach gives us the ability to make decisions about where people will move within the range penetration when a position becomes vacant and we have new salary data to analyze. No questions about that? So a little bit more on range penetration. This is the key for the 4 key questions seeking to answer with this strategy is where do new hires start within the range? How does movement happen within the range? How much discretion do managers have to move someone through the range? And then how do we denote sections of the range for new employees versus proficient versus highly seasoned, high performing employees? So you can see from the picture that's up on the slide that the suggestion is range minimum really needs to be for employees that are new to the role, not new to the organization, but new to the role, meaning they're, just getting started and they really aren't coming in with a lot of experience or education to back them up. Or this is going to be employees who are currently in a low performance category or low proficiency category. The midpoint is aligning with the market. We're making offers to people in order to align them with the market. We're representing proficiency in their role and also current employees that have good performance. Range maximum is set aside for those with exceptionally high performance and expertise in their field. So that is the suggestion for the strategy to use on range penetration. And this is similar to what we did recently, that you had asked staff to complete a compensation analysis for road and bridge, and that was completed. And we used that range penetration method to look at where everyone was at in the ranges that they were currently in, did the comp analysis, the ranges moved as we thought they would, and then we moved them within the range to the new grade. So we kept them in the same penetration, but just the grade moved, so their compensation moved with it. So obviously there's going to be some policies and process changes that will need to come from this based on this new plan. And what I plan to bring back to you when we bring you the data from the compensation analysis is an updated compensation plan guidelines. The last time that was updated was 2020, which will make changes to not only the process, but the methodology we use for making compensation decisions within the organization. And that's going to be what you see here: job offers, how we're going to create new jobs, promotions, how we're going to handle pay increases, and how we're going to handle the outliers that exist based on the results of the compensation analysis. And the last thing that I want to talk about is the communication plan. So my suggestion, my recommendation is that we don't just stop with the what are you getting paid, that we create strategies and intention communication plans that explain to our staff how we came up with the data, what markets did we use, where did we go, what strategies did the board approve, and why. Explain why we're doing what we're doing, which is how I started off this presentation, explaining why. Because, in order to ask our staff to improve and to come to work with excellence every day, we need to give that to them. And then ending the communication plan with openly published pay ranges and salaries. We do that for the public because we're required to right now, but my suggestion is that we are more proactive than that and that we include this compensation data at the time of hire. So it's something they read and they sign off on. It's something their supervisors are having conversations with them about. How did we come to this decision? Where are our pay grades currently? Where are you at? And what strategies do we use to get there? What pay markets are used? And it seems like a lot of information, but something that I'm trying to combat here is the idea that we are not being transparent with our pay practices. And I've heard this for the last 2 years that the feeling, the sentiment among staff is that even though we're public and we publish our salaries, it's not easy to find. It's not easy to understand why we do what we do. And when people don't understand things, they make assumptions, and assumptions aren't always in the favor of the people making the decisions, right? So this is an effort to be as open and transparent as possible and open dialogue with staff about the process, the what, how, where, why, and when, and whoa. So lastly, on the communication plan, primary reason for this, because this is such an emotionally charged topic. When we had our in-service day, one of the questions that was asked of staff when we had the big group presentation and everyone got to get out their phones and participate in a poll, one of the questions was something along the lines of why do you get out of bed every morning and come to work? And the number one answer was pay, money, compensation, which for a purpose-driven organization, that's alarming, because we are so close to our purpose, because we are connected to the community that we serve and the services we provide and why we do what we do and the people that are impacted by what we do. So to have the answer be pay is alarming. And it's something that we need to address, we need to fix, and then we need to open up and communicate with staff why we did what we did, and kind of combat the idea that what we're doing is secret and it's all about money.
Well, there's a few ways to interpret that too. If the first thing top of mind is pay, then it can be that you're focused on pay because you're struggling. I mean, that's why and they're trying to communicate that. But there's another piece to it that's troubling, is you can also, you need the job to be rewarding in order for that to be the reason you come to work. So there's kind of a yin and a yang there we're talking about.
And I want to add, part of this communication plan is us making things more readily available to staff. It's not that these things weren't being hidden, but we don't have some of the tools in place that other organizations have today, like an intranet, where they know where they can go and access a compensation plan, those kinds of things. So some of this is making things easier for staff to find.
So the last thing that I'm going to touch on is just the roles for communication for this communication plan. First is HR, preparing the program, presenting it to the board, presenting it to the leadership team, and training managers where applicable. For the board, it's responsible for approving the compensation plan, providing support and guidance. Leadership team, it's responsible for communicating at the high level of the organization. And managers and supervisors, their role is to understand this program and communicate the information to their employees and seek support from HR where needed. So I find that this is the point that we can lose the quickest, is when managers, supervisors are not understanding why we're doing what we're doing. And when they are asked, because they're the first person that's going to get asked about their pay, they don't have a good answer. And no answer is an answer. So employees' communication, the main expectation is that they understand and agree with the program. And if they don't, that they openly communicate with their managers and with HR. And, we can only address the issues that we know. So the part of employees' communication is tell us what your concerns are and allow us to address them and fix them if they need to be fixed. So that is all I have for you today. Do you have any questions?
I asked mine.
I don't have questions. I have an observation or two that I might want to share. I really liked your slide on the communication plan with the what, how, where, why. And I'm just wondering if the why should be in the first position. You don't have to answer today. You don't have to change it. It seems to me that if we're trying to attract and retain employees, perhaps the why is important.
I agree with you. I think like today, it started with why, not to rob, what's his face, but
Cynic.
yeah. But this isn't, so I guess I know that it's deceiving because it is a kind of linear looking path, but I don't think that communication is ever linear in that way where you're like, I'm going to say this to you right now, and then next I'm going to say this to you. I mean, I think that it's a great point that any conversation about compensation should always start with why, and everyone should be in agreement on what that is.
I'd also like to share, I really appreciated your presentation. When I wrote down a question, you answered it within a slide or two.
Oh.
So thank you. Good mind reading.
That helps keep Mitch from talking to me.
Yeah.
I'm learning from the best, Randy. One of our audiences to consider in your communication plan is also our non-employee stakeholders. our citizens,
Mhm.
I think, need to also understand the hard work you're doing and what we're trying to do for our employees.
Mhm. I think the quality of actually, the part of it is optically, the quality of this is good and it's easily understood. It's honest, it's not rocket science, and that's not a slam. It shouldn't be rocket science. It should be simplified to where even a county commissioner can understand.
Yeah.
I support these recommendations. I think that this should be our aspirational approach to compensation. I think if we come up with, and I think we're likely to, a conflict between what we aspire to
And what's real.
and the impact on our budget, it might be helpful to have some thoughts about a plan to close that gap over time. I think the public engagement piece of this is crucial because we're having a very live conversation with the public about our budget right now. And when I go out and I say, we got our budget from, was it $3.9 million deficit budgeted in 2023 to 0.9 in 2024?
When
Should also be able to say,
it
and
was 2.9, and the 2.9 what came down to 500,000 by the time we were at the end of that fiscal year. So we bridged some of that gap during the year in terms of savings.
right. So when we're communicating our budget, we should be able to say with confidence, oh, and also we're paying people what they're worth. We're paying people enough that they want to come here, they want to stay here. We shouldn't be saying with the position we're in right now, we're in a budget deficit and we're struggling to hire. Right? Like I support this approach. And I think there's definitely like I want to encourage a public engagement strategy around we're taking this step and here's what it means. Here's what it means to the budget. In my mind, this is largely about communicating honestly and in a well-informed way about what it's going to take for the services that people want, right? We're asking people right now, what kind of services do you want? What kind of services do you think you can do without? What are you willing to pay for those services? And this is going to help us. I don't want to say honest because I don't think we've been trying to deceive by underpaying people. But a more complete, a more simple and clear conversation with the public we need to have.
I think that, sorry.
No, go for it, Randy.
I think that accomplishes a few things. I mean, for one thing, we've got it helps us by approaching it that way. And, using a template like this, we're able to, I think our aspirational goal is to be able to take care of people and have them feel rewarded, both in the work and in the pay at the end of the day. But when we come up against the reality of this continual moving target that we've been whittling down, our budget issues, we have a way both to explain it, but also to see what the gap is and plan for the gap in a way that everyone can understand is really, really transparent. Because the difference between, I've heard a lot in this community and other communities, people make statements, well, we're always going to be this and we're all going to be always going to be that. Well, we can't do this because of this, as though that's a given. It's a benchmark that's always going to be there. It's a static thing that you can't change. You can't figure out how to change. And the problem is that contributes to an expectation of scarcity versus one of sustainability or even prosperity. And if living in a philosophy or world of scarcity is something that you resign yourself to, that's not, to me, that's not, I mean, we are subject to reality, but we're also subject to being able to change our future, and we've got to be able to do that. So we've got to be able to look this plainly, and the citizens have to be able to see it, and our staff has to be able to see it. Our aspirational goal is for a living wage and a rewarding job to be able to be here. And that's what we're shooting for, even though we may have to trim it below what, this attempt tells us we want to go. We got to let them know that's still the target. this is where we are today, but then create a plan to close that goal the same way we're creating plans to balance the budget, as an example, which we're moving towards, but we haven't gotten there yet. It's gotta be an equally important goal for our staff to be rewarded in their job and being here.
You know,
That's my take.
some robust public engagement about excellence in compensation really sets the stage for a future conversation about revenue. You know, we're talking
Mhm.
about what we're doing for our people so we can continue to provide services. And we're setting the stage to have that more difficult conversation sometime in the future.
Right. Because that will likely be part of the solution.
I can't imagine a solution that doesn't include that.
Hopefully the legislature gives us some better options.
Mr. Chair, I just want to say thank you to Carol Ann. She brought forward us a different way for us to view this. And I appreciate that. Fresh eyes help us sometimes get out of our, this is how we've always done it in local government kind of looks sometimes. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't have any other comments.
Nope.
Andy?
Nice work.
Okay, we'll be back in 4 weeks, 6 weeks with the analysis, hopefully, and all the data. Sharing.
No,
now, I
that's
think.
all right.
Did you?
No, that you just go.
Can I make- Make me stop sharing.
There you go.
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Good work.
Sec session.
Next thing on the agenda is two executive sessions, except for the second one. Peter, I think you've determined that the board doesn't need that advice. You've been able to deliver it already.
Yes, that is correct. The one relating to ARPA and laundry tax revenue, I don't think it's necessary at this point.
Okay.
Much just sit
So we want,
independently with each of you.
okay, so we want to do the next one. This one bullet point to inform the discussion regarding the potential,
Stevens Gulch, Waldorf.
and then come back into session to get that out of the way.
Correct.
Or just, and that's how staff prefers it, right? We go into executive session, we come back out for Stevens Gulch. Then
Yeah.
moves the board into executive session for the following purpose.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224A and E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in a group of mining claim and mill sites in the Stevens Gulch Waldorf Basin area, as well as property adjacent to the county courthouse, and to determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to those transactions.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion passes. Board will move into executive session. Now written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. We'll return here to discuss initiation of purchase negotiations to acquire Stevens Mining Group and mill sites.
Okay.
Okay. The board has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were kept. No decisions were made. We're here to discuss same matter in open session. We're considering the Open Space Commission recommendation to initiate purchase negotiations to acquire the Stevens Mining Group mining claims and mill sites.
Yes,
Please
thank
describe
you.
this to us.
So the Watrous family, a longtime resident of the county, has a group of mining claims and mill sites that are up Stevens Gulch Road and up the peak that spill over the top of that cliff up into the Waldorf Basin. And those parcels are for sale, and the Open Space Commission has considered those purchases for those parcels for a land acquisition and are recommending to the BOCC that they be acquired. The specifics include 45 mining claims, which include 5 mill sites. It's a total of 174.66 acres. They are up that steep slope and then up over the top into Waldorf Basin. The mill sites are on the valley floor, which means that they have the potential for development or they're acquired by somebody else, that they could be developed in ways that might not be in line with the county mission. The Open Space Commission concluded that these parcels are well aligned with the mission of the Open Space Commission. They protect high alpine basins. They allow for a really valuable set of view sheds and land to be protected and acquisition. And that is what we are here seeking your direction today to allow staff to initiate negotiations in the acquisition process, which would include some environmental review and working with the seller to negotiate a price, and also to identify the protection of the property that would allow for it to be used for a limited use based on a deed restriction that the seller would like to have in place.
Board, any questions before we establish our direction?
Have any short-term improvements been identified for the property that'd be necessary for use?
I don't have any questions, Randy, you?
No, I'm satisfied.
Okay, who wants to start with their opinion?
I think that this land, spent a lot of time up there, and I think that this land is a really great acquisition to preserve visitor user experience, whether they're local residents using the property or others. I think that the deed restrictions they've requested, which are basically conservation deed restrictions, are well within our own vision for our open lands in the county. And I think it's some really beautiful area that has both a natural and historic value. And I think it's an excellent opportunity, and I'm glad that the seller's vision for it is in line pretty much with what we see for our own open space. So I think it's a good opportunity, and that we should enter into a discussion with them.
I support that approach. I think both the viewscape and the historic use makes sense to move forward with the conversation.
Excellent.
I agree. This might be the best intent of the open space funds that I've seen, not just during my time in office, but during my time I've been paying attention to what we buy around here. Maybe with the exception of the Notch Trail, that was a good purchase too.
Well, there's that meadow over there, and
that's pretty good.
That was
You know what?
good.
We've
almost everything you've ever brought us.
well.
It's a good one.
So yeah, I think, do you have what you need? I think you have direction to initiate those negotiations.
Excellent. That's what we needed. Thank you.
Next on the agenda is a work session to discuss the use of county funds to support the Carlson Elementary planning process. I need to begin this discussion by disclosing that I live across the street from Carlson Elementary. that creates some potential for a conflict of interest. I think conflict of interest is defined by whether you have a financial interest in the outcome. And I guess you could perceive of some things that could happen there could impact the value of my home in a very negative or very positive way. My intent in being active in the conversation around Carlson has nothing to do with my financial interest. It has everything to do with the financial interest of any future residents of any housing that's built. That any commercial that's built fits in well with the vision and needs of the city of Idaho Springs. And so I need to disclose that. And Peter, I want to ask you if you're satisfied that that disclosure is accurate, or if you suggest that I enter into this conversation.
No, I'm comfortable based on the disclosure. You and I did speak about this one-on-one. You just relayed essentially what I asked you to do and which you were willing to do. I would note that if there becomes a point where a decision is before us that does rise to the level of a potential conflict, I would advise you at that time to address it. If need be, you would recuse at that point. But at this stage in this proceeding, considering that this is not specifically a project for which we are leading, but rather seeking to participate, and there are numerous players in this, I think that absolutely meets your ethical obligation.
Thank you. And so, board, I asked for this session because we've got a joint meeting on Thursday where a discussion of the Carlson redevelopment process is on the agenda. We last discussed this with a different board when Sean was here. At that time, there was, I would say, lukewarm and cautious support for county seeking a role in this conversation. What I am not asking the board to do is, well, I think a couple of questions. One is, what's a willingness to use county funds to support a planning process if asked? And what's, the second question is, what do you guys view as an ideal role for the county government in this conversation, if any?
Well, you asked about county resources. And I support using county resources to help people understand how to repurpose the site. But I think we need to remain sensitive to the fact that we don't have jurisdictional or an ownership interest in the site.
I tend to agree with that. I think that the role we would have, and that I would hope the people who do have those authorities would be that more heads in the room are better than fewer heads in the room, as long as they're acting proactively and making suggestions and know where their guardrails are, where their limits are. I think no more than we would want. For another board, I think we try to be open to other boards and other jurisdictions' concerns about decisions that we make, and we should be concerned, but at the end of the day, we get to make that decision. We don't expect to be, held as irresponsible for not following their directions or pressure. So there's a limit to how far you can pressure without actually stepping into someone else's territory. I don't even like the conversation going to a territorial level. So trying to have a conversation in such a way that it's a suggestion, proactive partners that would welcome the opportunity to say, here's what we think. Understanding that if somebody says, thank you very much, and doesn't follow what we think, that's their prerogative. And I would hope that we would not be, how do I want to say, that we wouldn't try to apply too much leverage in what we would do to obstruct, help, withhold, contribute in an effort to force something that isn't in our authority to begin with. I think trying to respect other people, but expecting us to be respected as like everyone else in the community, as someone that should have a voice and have an opportunity to say, hey, well, how about this? You know, that people would be open-minded to our suggestions at least and ponder them.
You know, we should also share with them, if we're gonna say, ask if you have interest in fiscal support, you should share when we need to hear an answer, since we're talking about potentially using federal funds that expire. So they can't come to us in February and get the support that we might talk about today.
Yeah, there's that. That's fair.
I did take the time to listen to, they had the property appraised, the school district had the property appraised. And I took the time to listen to that presentation from the appraiser, and I'll just share with this group. No surprise, the highest and best use of that space is as a school, because that's what it is.
As it sits today, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the best use for it, because it was designed as a school. Something many people in the school district learned trying to sell another school building. The second highest use was expected to be, and this is one firm's opinion, a hotel with a parking garage. Just sharing that because that's what the school district heard.
Yeah.
Do they assign values to that?
I believe they assigned a value to the property as a school. And they may have assigned values to the property as a hotel with a parking garage, but it was not publicly disclosed.
That's interesting, because that has obvious implications about why they wouldn't include the value of the building in the public, the value of the property.
It can be made offers actually extend.
Okay, so what I think I'm hearing is that, you know, in terms of trying to be on the same page for what our message to the school district is on the 7th, on the 8th is, we're ready to support you. If there's support you identify that you need, we want to contribute to a good outcome on that property that supports the community. I know that's the goal of the school district as well. And I can support that message coming from this board. I do want you to know that as an individual, if it's determined that there should be a housing component on that site, I believe strongly that it's worth taking the time to seek price commitments on that housing. I think it's worth measuring the public's desires there in terms of the kind of prices that they think they should pay on any housing that is built there. And in that case, I view the county as, and I'm sure the school district sees this as well, that if that's the goal, the county's status of having opted into Prop 123 funds, as well as the city of Idaho Springs, changes that conversation. I think in order to accomplish price commitments on a housing development and get full price out of that property, which is something I completely support the school board's position on.
School board not being damaged by that, not having to
Not-
subsidize that in sales price.
Not giving a discount.
Right.
Completely support that. That's how we've treated our properties. We know why. It's because we're not in a good financial position at all. And neither are they, and it's for the same reason. So in that context, as an individual, I intend to advocate strongly for achieving price commitments on that housing. I do believe that the city of Idaho Springs is very well positioned to know its needs, economically speaking. They have a very robust, what are they calling it? They used to call it the Resilience Committee, but
Vitality.
the Vitality Task Force, thank you. That is building a vision for their downtown. And so I don't think the county is the organization or county commissioner, myself, any of us is the person to come in with like a very strong opinion about what precisely needs to be there. With the exception that if there's housing, I have a very strong opinion that we should be pursuing price commitments. And we'll be acting as an individual to be persuasive in that arena to the extent I need to.
Yeah, I happen to share those opinions about, if I were just to wander all over the board, I would say that I think some hybrid combination of commercial and housing could be, or something somewhere on the scale of that could be great. I agree in housing commitments for this community as much as possible. I agree that the school district should not be, as the owner, should not be expected to foot the bill for the cost of that type of housing and those commitments. And I would acknowledge that all of those are just my personal opinion right now. And I want to be real careful about where we go as a board, that we're not trying to apply an undue influence on that final decision as a board itself. At this point in time, I don't feel that's appropriate, but I share the sentiments about what's probably best for the community, but I think that's just one guy's opinion right here, so.
Well, and our first date on Thursday might not be the best time to share your personal thoughts.
This would be our second date, but
Okay.
nonetheless, I agree with that. And so,
I'm not planning on sharing them anytime. I'm just sharing them here. I'm just acknowledging that I think those are solid goals, but I would also state that but other people can have other ideas. It could make me say that's a better idea in a heartbeat. I just haven't even had the opportunity to hear them yet, so.
Okay.
And it's not my decision anyway.
That's what I wanted to hear you say.
thank you. I plan to use some more caution and what's the word here? Maybe grace moving forward. As we have this conversation, I've been asking for meetings with City of Idaho Springs to try to be on the same page with City of Idaho Springs about what might be needed there. I've been having a lot of meetings and making a lot of phone calls. And what I'm hearing from you all is that you think maybe I should be a little more cautious as an individual as well. And so I will.
Well, we're one big family and we try to be happy, and sometimes it's good to, little grace is good.
Yep. That said, I don't think there's anything else. What I'm hearing is that if there's a desire for some county financial support for a planning process, county probably would be interested in that. If there's a desire to put some price committed housing there, county could be pretty excited about being a partner there.
Yeah.
And we'll leave it at that.
Yeah. And I agree. I think it's an exciting project, and I'm willing for, in the time that I can, in the ways I can, help make it be as good as it can be through whatever. Appreciate the fact that they're getting out and doing something, trying to make it happen.
So let's go ahead and close that work session. Next item is a work session to discuss the Clear Creek Fire Authority organizational review. This is just a standing agenda item for us to discuss any brilliant thoughts or light bulbs that have come on. I have an update for you, but I won't lead. Have to start.
I'll lead the multi-jurisdictional meetings that are occurring. And from my perspective, seem to be making progress. I want to thank everybody that's involved for working in a common direction and ask them to keep working.
Brian, I saw your finger up.
I just want to make sure August 8th, next meeting is Thursday, 5 p.m. I want to make sure it's on your calendars.
Yeah.
We had a calendar snafu.
Thursday?
This Thursday.
This Thursday, yeah, they had to. idea to empty all my groups and then rebuild them all.
Yeah.
Because none of my groups were going through.
I don't.
Is it still not
It's
there?
Still not showing up on
Nope.
my calendar.
Cause it
Mine.
came through on mine.
Need to,
I've got 3:30 BOE study session with county.
and that's, yes, the Board of Education that we just discussed, but
It's on the eighth.
so I had to go in and just hand
Eighth
select
is-
each person.
Oh,
Is that
So what's the 5 o'clock meeting?
It's the next
Fire.
jurisdictional next meeting with all jurisdictions on the fire authorities in this room.
Oh, in this room on,
5 PM on Thursday.
5 to 7?
5 to 7:30 is what we agreed to.
okay.
I'm just gonna put it into my calendar right now. Thank you. That's an important reminder.
Which means that we've only got,
I'm
Everybody else's
doing it
calendar.
individually now. If I can remember all the.
What was the
numbers.
question?
What was the question?
no, nothing. I was just reading my calendar, the fine print on my calendar wrong. So I had the Board of Education meeting going 2 hours, I thought, but it's at 1. So that allows us time to be here for this room.
Okay, Aunt Randy, I'm showing that the Board of Education's at 3:30.
Yes.
3:30.
So a 1 hour meeting gives us time
Okay,
to get to
I
this
thought you
room.
meant
That's what I was
starting
saying.
at 1. I
Yeah.
apologize.
I saw 3:30 for 2 hours and I thought, oh, that eats into the fire authority meeting. I misread the one.
I think we're in good shape then. The update that I have, the survey group is meeting again this week. Is it tomorrow? It's,
Something like,
that conversation also seems to be maturing. We looked at a draft survey. It was, largely, the consultant did a good job of taking a pretty broad conversation and distilling it into some questions that are important to measure people's expectations around service delivery in a way that isn't, if you ask people how safe do you want to be from fire, it's 100%, right? And so I think that's proceeding well. Trying to combine that with people's willingness to pay is important.
but that meeting is a week from today.
Oh, it's a week from today. To inform that conversation, there's been some real progress on the fire authority board towards really having a sort of well thought out consensus recommendation to everyone about, here's the staffing that we think we need over the long term and what we think it'll cost, and on a wage study. That wage study will be presented to us in our next board meeting. I'm pretty excited. I think the last board meeting might have been the most productive one I've been in during my time on that board since 2019. And I hope this next one is even more productive. Because that's going to go a long way to inform this conversation. Figure out what kind of tax rate this district is going to need. Just to remind the public, right now, it is funded at 4.59 mils, which is less than half of the lowest mill rate I can see out there. And the organization has done an excellent job putting out fires and piecing together an operation that's reliable with, duct tape, bubble gum, whatever it takes, with that low level of funding. So, that is my update.
Any conversation within your survey committee about incenting people to respond?
No.
Okay,
I can bring it up though.
think about it.
Okay.
$10 gift cards. I don't.
Or a bigger number and a smaller chance of getting it. So, for example, when I use a big number, and maybe only one teacher per building gets it or something like that, I get much better responses than if I offer everybody $10.
I've never
sometimes-
responded to a survey that says I'll get $10. So yeah, I agree with that.
Sometimes we also have incented when we want information from parents. The respondent can put in their favorite teacher's name, and then they have a chance of winning that teacher gets classroom support for some sizable amount. So just sharing what appears to work with some of our citizens.
Remind me, who's paying for this survey? Is it us?
Us.
Is it coming out of our,
It's coming out of your budget.
coming out of our general fund?
Yes, our general fund, yes.
Okay, so if the incentive comes out of our general fund too, I think I could support that.
And that's what you previous three of you
Yeah.
agreed to in some of those early meetings. At least indicated.
Okay.
Reached the finish point.
Yeah, to quote Jeremy, maybe we got the bus off the blocks.
I know.
Out of the
That was
parking
great.
lot,
Is it, did he say it's out of the parking lot?
out of the parking lot.
Okay, we're about to be on the road.
Great statement.
I don't have anything else. Anybody else have anything else?
No, we've got more
Okay.
executive sessions then, right?
We do. We have 3 more executive sessions. Therefore, I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to a proposed Clear Creek County Library District Tabor ballot question. Pursuant to CRS 24640224E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to establishing a multi-jurisdictional housing authority. And then pursuant to CRS 2464B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to the requirements of the intergovernmental agreement for the Clear Creek Fire Authority.
So moved.
Is that a second?
Oh, that was, yeah, sorry.
No worries. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. During into executive session, no written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. There is nothing for on the public agenda. This Zoom meeting will stay open for us to come back and adjourn.
Nope.